All right. What is up, everyone? It looks like my mute button decided to get all wonky on me again. Give me a sec here. Hey, I do believe that did the trick. Yeah, we're good. All right. One of the things that I started doing and started thinking when I started this little journey as an industrialist was I thought that gathering was really the only part of industry that I had the ability to get access to right now. And so I started thinking that I needed to do a bunch of stuff just with gathering. But I don't really think that's the part of industry, or that's the only part of industry I have access to. Now, it's going to take me a little bit of time. Actually, we might be there. Yeah, here we go. We've got 5 hours until we hit tier 3 in planetary consolidation. So, what I want to do is I want to be able to have 3 planets with a decent structure set up for getting P0s and P1s in um, in planetary industry. And then I'm just going to sell those P1s, right? I don't have any intention of actually using them for anything because right now I don't have the ability to craft things very well, right? My industry isn't very high. I don't have the ability to refine resources. I don't have a lot of that stuff. So, what I'm going to be looking at doing in the immediate future is I am going to be looking at doing some of this stuff, right? Some science, some reactions. What is a reaction? I don't even know what the hell a reaction is. But we've got these different facilities here, right? So I can go to these different facilities, and if they're in the same region as me, and I have stuff on them, if I have blueprints in them, then I can actually upgrade these blueprints from the same sector just instantly. So to get up to 4% on this for its material cost, all I have to do is wait for 3.5 hours and spend 9K ISK. So I'm going to start that, right? And in 3.5 hours, I'm coming back to get that set up. And it's fairly easy to get up to about 3 jobs. So actually, let's go in here and let's do that. Let's go to our production. Let's go to our industry, right? Let's bump a couple of these. And then we're going to take these 3 industries and we're going to put them right here below interplanetary consolidation. And we're going to get, what do these even give me? Small ship construction. Okay. Okay. I see you, game. I see you. Yeah, so we're going to drop this right here. We're going to get up to Tech 3 or Tier 3. Whoops. Yeah, we'll get up to Tier 3. So we're going to have 3 planets with kind of middling planetary industry. And then we're going to have all of our station um, stuff working towards getting these blueprint originals up to 10%. So what we need to do is we need to actually look. So this is only showing me, I think, what I have. Right? These are the facilities where I have stuff. So what I want is I want to go ahead and find more facilities in this region, or even find a sector that has a lot of facilities. So let's go. Is there a way that I can see? I think there might only be these 3 stations that have facilities in them. So I can get this one, and I can get this one. Right, I already have the cheapest, this one here, and I'm already doing that frigate in there. So I need to get, I choose you market. I need to go here, and I need to bring some blueprints with me. I need to bring some originals. But so I think what I want to do is I actually want to get the Thrasher. I'm going to do some frigates and some destroyers, right? Some really basic stuff. The reason I'm going to start with the really low tier stuff is I assume, I may assume incorrectly, but I assume that it takes less time to upgrade lower tier blueprints, right? Lower tier ships. And so because I'm just starting out, right? I'm a new bro. We don't want to be doing things that are going to take a lot of time. We need to ramp up to those things because we don't want to have no income for longer early on in the game, right? We want to get to where we're getting at least some income now so that we can work towards getting that greater income potential later. So let's go into our markets. We're not worried about skill injectors. Okay, so within 2 jumps here, I actually have one that's NPC related. So we're going to go ahead and buy this one. 7.5 mil, it looks like. Yeah, 7.5 mil. That's not a problem for me, so we'll buy this. Matches 2 jumps away. Absolutely, buy it for 7.5 mil. And then, what is another catalyst? Cormorant. Forcer. Or do I want to go ahead and just do both Minmatars and get the Talwar? Let's just do both Minmatars. Now, I'm pretty sure this is the exact same one right here. Slightly more expensive, 7.837 mil. We're going to buy this. Click that little buy. And then we're going to go ahead and go to our personal assets. We're going to go right here. We're going to say, take me to church. And then we're going to undock here. We're going to go dock our retriever at the hex station where I normally dock up. Tech 8, boundless creation. Let's go ahead and dock.
Warp drive active.
Then we're just going to take our rifter because the blueprint originals won't be very expensive. So I can just snag that rifter up and get after it.
Permission requested. Docking request accepted.
But yeah, I'm definitely going to spend some time here. Probably just get in my rifter and scout around some of the 0.8, 0.9 space in my immediate area and see if I can't start working towards some better stuff. Actually, the other thing that I need to consider is within this industry, mass production is great. Oh, that's right. I don't want industry. I want mass production. Because I'm not looking to make stuff. Hang on. Remove this. Remove this. Remove this. I'm looking for mass production. So let's do 1, 2, 3 here. we're inverted here. So I have intelligence and memory scaled up right now, not memory intelligence. So we're inverted on this one, but it's at least better than nothing. And then we'll hit these three, and we'll go back up here. And we'll put this right here. And we'll get some mass production. But then the next thing we want to do is we want supply chain management, I think. Let's see, outpost construction, don't care about that. Proficiency at starting manufacturing jobs remotely. With this skill, one can only start jobs within the solar system. Sorry, without this skill, one can only start jobs within the solar system where one is located. Each level increases the distance at which manufacturing jobs can be started. Level 1 allows for jobs at a range of 5 jumps, and each subsequent level adds 5 more jumps. This is insane. So we're going to buy and inject that. And then we're going to bump that up. Honestly, I think 2 is more than enough for the old supply chain management. I don't see myself needing more than 10 jumps at this particular jump. Honestly, actually, just 1 is enough. I don't see myself needing more than 5 jumps because I just don't have. Oh, this requires mass production up to level 4. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Well, we still want to do that. So let's go ahead and put this behind what we're doing here. Because I definitely do want that. Yeah, so we're going to go around. We're going to be thinking of some good ships and stuff to try and get. And then, this mass production 4 is going to be great for us because we're going to be able to do 4 ships per location. And we're going to be able to do every location within 5 jumps of us. So that's going to be just huge for us. And we're just going to be working on, those lower tier ships, right? The frigates and the destroyers. I need to figure out what the absolutely most popular frigates and destroyers are. We're going to start with some Minmatar stuff just because, Minmatar superiority. And because I think the Thrasher is a pretty popular. I don't know about the Tulwar. That may have just been kind of a mistake, but pretty sure the Thrasher's got some popularity. So let's go pick up our 2 new blueprint originals, and then we'll go drop them off. And we'll start leveling up. And all we're going to be doing is we're just going to be making copies, right? And trying to sell them. Because all the copies and stuff are somebody's got. Oh, never mind. That looks very much like the one that you use for planetary. industry, but I guess it's not. Which is the next thing we're gonna do, right? We're gonna get one of those. I'm pretty sure I have the Galente hauler. So I'm going to get one of those and we're going to start looking at putting down command centers at a couple of these planets and doing a little bit of planetary industry. Because I want free currency, right? I don't want to have to worry about shit. Now we're in a position right now where we're in the middle of a war, right? We are set up as a member of our faction, but I think that actually provides us a small bit of security here. Let's go ahead and redeem all this at my home station. Because it means that anybody else who's in our faction won't be able to attack us, right? I think that's how that works. I hope that's how that works. So we're going to go through here. And then we're going to look in Nagato and Eister and Heck. And we're going to try and find some planets that we can do some planetary industry on. And we're going to go find some tools on the internet real quick and see if we can't figure out what some good resources to use might be. Let's go ahead and dock here.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
All right, go into our little inventory here. Take out our blueprints. And then we'll rock and roll. We'll head back home.
Warp drive active.
Oh, what's up, Taco? I'm not a trash can. You're a trash can. I heard y'all did a crawler run the other day and didn't die. I am impressed. technically.
Drive active.
We lost the carrier, crawler, and 2 scouts. Oh, okay. Oh, gee. Gotta keep boss man in the dark when shit goes wrong, right? That's pretty funny. I promise I won't snitch on you. Oh, okay, so you did get one out of the way. Got it, got it. That's pretty good. Let's see, we need to go to this one right here.
Warp drive active.
He'll never know. I agree. Except he might be watching right now, so you might have just given yourself up. Shooting rockets is fun. I agree. I don't know why everybody's saying take the rockets out. The rocket fighting is super entertaining. And it's fairly difficult, which means that it's going to be a really skill based kind of a thing. You know, it's really hard to fly and shoot rockets at the same time, which makes it a lot of fun. All right, what do we got here? Yeah, we got all the things. So we're going to be in here. We're going to go back to blueprints. Oh no, blueprints in this one. Ah, current station. Okay. Gotta click the current station button. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to upgrade this right here. Nice. Yeah, I was not doing good, but we took out 4 of their Ornies and they started it. Wow. You all only had how many scouts and stuff did y'all have out there that you took out 4 of their Ornies? Because that's cray cray. That's, oh wow. Oh, so that's a 2-to-1 on the loss ratio as far as scout Ornies, which is pretty good. I mean, I guess the carrier and the crawler are each worth about 10 ornithopters, but still, from a direct strength perspective, that's pretty good. Okay, so how do we do our planetary industry? There's a button around here somewhere, right? I clipped it on Stream. I can link the clips in your disk. Oh, pause. What's up? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you today? I totally missed you there. Okay, let's take a look at industry, planetary industry. So I can have 3 planets going right now, but none of these are in here, so that's not what I want. Planets? There's like a button or something I can press to look at all the planets in this region, or do I have to do some sort of a scan? There's a bad dude. Bye, bad dude. What are we up to today? We're trying to get some additional industry stuff going. We're trying to get some blueprints, some originals leveling up so I can make some copies so I can sell them over here. And we're trying to get some planetary industry going so that we can make some P0s or P1s and start selling those. And then we're going to do some mining. Bros, job interviews suck. But I don't know where the planet button is. Hang on. I gotta go watch part of a video real quick. AC is literally the best thing in the entire world. I don't know who invented air conditioning, but I love them. Okay, figured it out. So we gotta go to the agency. Then we go resource harvesting. Then we go planets. Well, that's interesting. Planetary industry. Didn't Nikola Tesla just like never patent anything for basically that exact same reason? Oh, look at this. We got 2 lava planets. We got 2 barren planets. We got 2 gas planets. Okay, I see you. So let's see what's up with these. View planetary industry. Dan. Looks like this planet here is almost entirely heavy metals. Must have the remote. I can't scan this? Are you kidding me right now? Must have remote sensing, I guess. Okay, let's go to our skills. This game, let me tell you. Let's go to planet management. Let's go to remote sensing. Go ahead and level that up one time. Let's take it up here. Let's put it right at the top. Give me my remote sensing. Yeah. Gotta love the world. Okay, I'm in heck, and I can't remote sense heck, which is kind of obnoxious. We've got 6 planets over here. We've got storm, temperate, gas. So I don't really know. Hang on. Planetary industry. Tool. Surely this is going to be the one I need. Okay, fantastic. So if we find... Oh yeah, this is a great little tool here. So we're going to maybe get heavy metals. What's the one that we want the most? It looks like proteins, silicon, precious metals, chiral structures, biomass. That looks like one of the ones that does the most. What type of... Okay, this comes from an oceanic planet or an ice planet, which I don't have. This could come from a lava or a plasma planet, which I do have, so we're going to look into that. And the other thing we need is stuff that comes from barren planets. Or what kind of planet is this right here? Temperate planet. Okay. Proteins come from temperate planets and oceanic planets. Okay, well, we've got some interesting stuff. Let's go back to this one, actually. Let's go back to this heck lava planet. So this is the one that gives the really good stuff here. It's got the least. So the thing that the video I watched recommends is not to worry about trying to build things based on what you think will make you the most currency, but build stuff based on what's there. So if I've got heavy metals, what do we got on my temperate planet here? We got some aqueous liquids, some carbon compounds. Okay. What about on these gas planets here? Looks like some base metals and some noble gases. Biomass equals aliens. There you go. Base metals and noble gases with a little aqueous liquid. We've got some barren planets. What are we looking at on the barren planets? Some carbon compounds, some microorganisms, some base. This one's actually a really good planet because this has pretty decent on 3 of these. So this might be a good planet to be trying to get some P2s on. Let's hit up this one. Yeah, we got carbon compounds. We kind of got the same thing going on here, which is nice. What's our third one here? Yeah, it looks like so. These barren planets are all rocking pretty hard on the carbon and the microorganisms. I wonder if there's something that those 2 things take that I can use. Ooh, this one's got heavy metals and aqueous liquid for days. So let's take a look at what heavy metals and aqueous liquid could make together. That seems like good little something there. So the heavy metals makes water only. The aqueous liquid makes toxic metals only. Let's get rid of all of these later ones here.
Skill training completed.
What about superconductors, test cultures, water-cooled CPU? Okay, so those 2 things can't make anything together, which is super unfortunate. Or is there nothing? Okay, so that requires electrolytes. Okay, so all the P2s are going to take 2 things to make. Wow, planetary industry. Very, very difficult. I did just get my new skill here, so can I scan this now? Is that a reality? There we go. Okay. So the way this scan thing works is you scan this planet and then you sort of narrow. But what you're looking for is you're looking for hotspots, right? Like that's kind of a hotspot. But none of these are looking real great. And as you narrow it, a lot of this green will go away. And you're looking for spots that are still kind of hot. So it doesn't look like this planet is really rocking very well with some of these resources. I got a little bit of some of this, but none of these are looking real hot. And that's what you're looking for is you want, because you can only stretch things so far. The further away your structures are on the planet, I'm having trouble with my fucking internet. Anyway, so the further away things are on the planet, the more CPU and energy and stuff like that it takes to make the structures. So you end up only being able to make fewer structures. So I'm not seeing any good resources here. Nothing with any good hotspots. Everything's all green. Again, this is a really low tier region. So it may just be that I need to go somewhere else. We're going to inspect some of these. There were a couple of them that I thought had some good stuff and that might have, like here we go, is a decent little spot here. It's not stellar, but it's a decent little spot. Oh. Oh, okay, I'm starting to see how things go. So let's shrink that then and let's move. Okay. I get it now. So I was extending the range instead of moving the slide. So now that I've got this down here, we can see that spot is a little hotter. So I might want to go back and recheck some of these. And then as we slide this forward, we can see there's nothing that's of super, super, super condensed value. But as we slide that back, we see that this has quite a few. So the smaller this is, the more stark the difference is between the areas, right? The narrower you're looking, the faster the colors change. So if you go really wide, the colors don't change very quickly at all. And then as you move this, you're basically saying, don't look at anything down here, only look at things within this band. And so what you're looking for is the highest you can go and still have, like this red right here. That makes sense. So this is like 0, this is like 100%. And then you're kind of checking. So I'm at about a 30% concentration here. That makes sense. Okay, so there's at least some potential there for some carbon. Let's go check out this one. And let's see, we got carbon. Okay, we got some decent carbon here. Got a couple of decent spots of carbon. We got some microorganisms. Ooh, here we go. This one's still white up here. So we got some good microorganisms on this barren planet. That seems strange. But let's, we're thinking maybe a 45% here on that center part. So that's great. What can I make with microorganisms and maybe also carbon? Carbon compounds make biofuels. Microorganisms make bacteria. So biofuels, these things do not make anything together. Now this is turning into a really difficult, because what I'm looking for here is I'm kind of looking for two things that can together make a P2. And P2 is just tiers, right? You have P0 through P4, and that's just tiers of planetary industry resources. And so what I'm looking for are things that will work together well to make a P2 at least at some point in the future. I don't necessarily need them to do it right this moment, but sometime in the future. All right, let's take out the temperate here. Let's see what we got. We got aqueous liquids. We got aqueous liquids for days. Oh, that's a really good one. We got some really good hotspots. This is a really great hotspot right here. Let's look at carbon compounds. Okay, there's a decent spot for carbon compounds up here. So I think probably what my best course of action is going to be is let's go check a different planet or a different system maybe. Okay, these all are just across this band here. That's a pretty decent spot. And these are all, ooh, tons of noble gas down here. That's nice. Okay, some of this is kind of interesting. But I maybe want to go check a lower security space. So let's go down to one of the lower security regions. because my assumption is that a lower security region is going to have higher value planets, right? So I don't want to go into low sec because I don't want to fly a freighter around in low sec. That sounds like a great way for my life to get ruined. But I do maybe want to find a place, and I want to find somewhere that's right around heck, right? This is where I'm living. This is what I want to do. I just want to be able to do this kind of right around where I'm going to be normally for the foreseeable future, because I'm going to be here for months, right? I'm not going anywhere because it's just going to take a really long time to level up skills and stuff like that. So might as well make this as fruitful of a home as I possibly can. We're going back into the agency here. All right. And now we have 13 planets in this system. Okay, so this might actually end up being a pretty good system for us. We've got some decent on the heavy metals there. We've got really good concentrations of the suspended plasma. It doesn't look like the suspended plasma is really spread out much at all. So that's interesting. We got, let's see, one lava, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 barons. It looks like barons and gas. Baron oceanic? Okay. So we've got mostly barons with some oceanic and a little bit of gas. So let's kind of look at what these barons have to offer us. That's some pretty spread out carbon compounds. Ooh. Wow. Okay. See, this is a lot of really good condensed microorganisms. Honestly, I could mine microorganisms for days here. That's an interesting one. All right, we got base metals. Decent spot here. Carbon compounds, microorganisms. Okay. So this area is really doing all right for the microorganisms. Got some good hotspots. Let's take a look at this oceanic one. Ooh, lots of aqueous liquid. Okay. Doesn't look like it's in any sort of really deep concentration though. Because it's an oceanic planet, right? Obviously you expect it to be able to get lots of water. But it's a little too spread out. And so the concentration is important because the concentration is what dictates how much of a resource you're going to get per time. And so while it's great to have lots of a resource spread out so that you can gather it from basically anywhere, because it's about resources per time, you start to run into some difficulty with other things. So here we've got a decent hotspot. There's not a ton of this stuff elsewhere. I got another barren planet here. Got a little bit of aqueous liquid, nothing really though. I'm really looking for a planet that's got a good hotspot of two different resources. So that way I can gather those two different resources and hopefully put them together to make a P2. So here we've got a little bit of carbon compounds. That's nice. A little more carbon compounds. Microorganisms. Okay, and then we've got some good microorganism bands. So let's find out, is there anything I can do with carbon compounds and microorganisms? No, because we've already checked that. Okay. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, I didn't expect that one to actually show me anything, but you never know. So even if this is showing that it doesn't have a lot of a resource. If all of what that resource is in a single really tight spot, then honestly it would end up being pretty useful regardless. So more aqueous liquids. Ooh, see, so here's kind of a nice thing. We've got a really, really good concentration of the aqueous liquid there. And so if we have a microorganism, yeah, see, there's a nice concentration of microorganisms, kind of close. There's another concentration of microorganisms. The rest of these are mostly empty. Okay. Yeah, see, this is probably going to end up being a really good planet. I think aqueous liquid and microorganisms do make something together. So we've got bacteria, we've got water. Looks like all we could make is test cultures here, which is a good resource to make. Okay. So this one's going to get set up so that I can gather bacteria and water, or so that I can gather aqueous liquids and microorganisms and make test cultures as my P2. Now, I'm not going to set it up for the P2 right this moment, but I do want to. So, roar 6. So, I need to make some sort of a note of that. This is only one away from heck, which is fine with me. But roar 6 is going to be making some test cultures for me. Ooh. So we've got the microorganisms again. This just creates bacteria. Let's see, another oceanic. We got roar 8 here. Again, we're going to have lots of aqueous liquids. We get some interest. Ooh. See, there's a super concentrated spot for microorganisms right next to some aqueous liquids. So we could do some test cultures on this one again. So it looks like roar 8 is also going to be good for test cultures. I can only have, I think, 4 planets. I think I can have 3 planets right now. So we'll do test cultures on those too, because they're going to be really good for it. Okay, here we've got carbon compounds and microorganisms again. But again, those two things don't make anything together, which doesn't really help me at all. Let's see, roar 10 is a gas. Got anything cool here? We got a couple of bands of liquids. We've got a nice band of metals going through with a good hotspot here. This is actually a fantastic hotspot. Ionic solutions. Looks like we have some stuff at the top and a little at the bottom. Noble gas. We've got a couple of good bands. Ooh. With a couple of good with a couple of good hotspots. And reactive gas is nowhere to be seen. All right. Well, let's go back to the noble gas hotspots because we got 2 right here. Then we look at base metals. So the problem I'm seeing is that these things appear to be sort of on the opposite sides. And I don't know how that's going to impact my ability to gather them both. I think they're fairly far away. I guess I could maybe put my center here and go here and here, or would it be better to put my base here and then just try and go over this way to get it? Or would it be better to try and use this for the metals and this for the noble gas, and I could go right here and I'd really just be all the way on top of it? But I want to see, what does base metals and noble gas maybe make? I know y'all can't see this other tool that I'm using, and I'm sorry about that, but base metals make reactive metals. Noble gas makes oxygen. Neither of those things come together to make anything. Well, bummer. Okay, well, that's fine. Let's see, we were on roar 10. Now we've got a temperate here. Lots of aqueous liquid. There's a nice patch. Ooh, a couple of good patches right next to each other. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Carbon compounds. Microorganisms. I actually think this might be. But that would just end up making more freaking test cultures. I don't know if I want to make 3 planets worth of test cultures, because 3 planets worth of test cultures doesn't really help us go into P3s later. Need to diversify a little bit, so maybe we can have... Okay, we got lots of microorganisms here. No real base metals around. We got a little bit of carbon compounds. Yeah, I don't think that's going to end up working out. And I think this is the last planet here. I just don't see a lot of opportunity for stuff outside of test cultures. What do test cultures create? We can eventually do some sort of cryoprotectant solution. We also make synthetic oil and fertilizer. Or we can make synthetic synapse if we can make super tensile plastics, which take oxygen and biomass, which is plankton colonies, which I don't remember seeing anywhere. That also has to be oceanic. So, since we're doing this in high sec space, I think P2s is probably all we're going to be able to get to. So I don't think we're going to be able to future proof beyond P2s. So I think what we need to do is we need to actually go back to, I think it was this temperate one, where we also had aqueous and microorganisms in good groups right next to each other, right? Yeah, we had these 3 nice clumps right here. Then we had microorganisms. Nope, didn't have a clump. Okay, well, we got a clump of microorganisms right here. We got an aqueous liquid down here. We could probably make some more test cultures in this one. And then we're just going to have to sell all those. And that's just going to have to be the way that works. So we've got roar 11, roar 8, and roar 6. So our first oceanic didn't really have anything for us, right? Yeah, because this one was super non-concentrated with the aqueous liquids. Okay, so 11, 8, and 6. We're going to set up 3 planets on those. So now in order to do that, we have to get ourselves an epithel, which is a hauler. And then we need to get ourselves some command centers so we can place command centers down. I don't think the command center matters, like where you put it down, I don't think matters. I'm not 100% on that though. Okay, so I've got kind of an idea of what it's going to take here.
Warp drive active.
But let's go get our epithel. Let's get our command centers. Well, let's go out there and get started with some of this. Can we please dock? Is that... Did I not hit the dock button?
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Thank you, game. Yo, what up, Gravy? How are you? All right, let's go into this fitting window here. Let's check out. We're getting a Galente. Baller. Baller. Galente. Epithel. PI runner. What do we got here? Was watching Sinners, picking up on them southern accent. I've never seen Sinners. Yo, what up, Twist? How you going? Let's see. I believe we also need a cloak here. Because we want to be able to hide. What else goes in our high slot here? Let's go back to the video I'm watching. Okay, we're fine there. What's in my way here? Oh, I've got to train to be able to use the cloak. Okay, well, let's guess we're not cloaking. No, not a new mic. Why? Is something different about the sound of my voice? I swear to God, if things are broken again, I'm gonna lose my shit. Hermit is half the. I've never ganked anybody in my whole life. What are you talking about? Everything looks like it should still be sounding the same. Twist. No, no, just realized what was happening. Even though I don't have the microphone to my headset plugged in, my computer was still recognizing the headset. And so my audio software was like freaking out, not knowing which one to use, even though I told it to use my standalone mic. And so I just went and disabled the headset mic completely. So hopefully we stop having stupid ass problems with our audio that make me want to rage. Okay, well, we're going to save this fit. Only 9 million ISK for this fit. That's the same I was spending on that fit for my little shooty dude. So that's pretty cool. Getting to have a hauler for my planetary industry for basically the same price as my shooty dude. We're going to buy all here real quick. It's probably going to cost us a little more. Yeah, 10 something. That's fine. We're going to buy all that. And then we're going to go to our epithel. We're going to go back over here. We're going to exit sim. No, no. Whoops. PI runner. Fit ship. Okay. Now we got our little hauler dude here. It honestly looks pretty dope. So let's see. What do we got to do? We need to get some command centers. We need 2 water planet command centers. Planetary infrastructure. So we need 2 oceanics. And we need 1 temperate. Perfect. Go into our item hanger. 2 oceanic, command center hold, 1 temperate, command center hold. Cool, cool. Let's undock.
Warp drive active.
So once we get back into Roar, we're going to find ourselves a space station real quick, where we're actually going to go ahead and leave this epithel. Now, the epithel actually has a really good align time. For a hauler, it's a fairly fast hauler. Let's see. Yeah, so this is 7.64 seconds. It can actually get down to sub 6 if I had some more skills and stuff. So it's a fairly safe hauler, especially here in high sec. And with all of the extra little boosts and stuff we've given it, we should be fairly safe. So we're just going to look for a... sure, I guess. This Asbel here. We're going to go ahead and... Yeah, I mean, pretty much our only option is to go to this station right here.
Warp drive active.
So this will be the station. I think it's a player station. But it doesn't look like there's a non-player station in this sector. So we'll use this station as kind of where we keep our roar, or where we keep our epithel here in roar. And then we're going to
Docking request accepted.
go ahead and do our PI here. Just for getting started, just for having a good time, just for trying some things out. If I can make a couple 100,000 or a couple 100 million a month, we're going to be pretty happy with that. We're going to start off trying to make some P2s. Now we are going to have to undock. And we are going to have to go to planets. We're going to 6 is the oceanic planet we want.
Drive active.
Now, at some point, I should have come out here and just made safe spots. I'm kind of being stupid, but there aren't really any people in the local. So we're going to go ahead. We're just going to teleport over to the thing. I don't have a cloaking device. I need to train up to get the cloaking device so that I can do this cloaked. Ooh, suddenly there's lots of people in the local. It is a cool looking ship. Yeah, this is like the base model planetary industry. Oh, that's the customs office. Okay, that's cool. I love how it just takes you. This customs office is massive. This is not what I was expecting. Really like that. But we're going to go in Oh. Gonna go in here. We're gonna click planets, roar 6. Wrong thing, probably. Let's go to agency. Let's go to roar 6. Buy command center. I have a command center. Can I place my command center from here? Build. Oceanic Command Center. Okay, I don't think it really matters where I put the command center, right? I think it just has to be anywhere. So we'll submit that. Okay. That should be all I need to do for that at this very moment. I think I can do the rest of it from the safety of...
Warp drive active.
Sorry, something is going on. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I don't like noises that I can't identify, and there was just a bunch of noise going on. And I still don't know what it is, and it's still making me unhappy, but whatever. All right, Roar 8. Open it up. Let's go to build, Oceanic Command Center. Doesn't matter where we put it, as far as I know. Hit submit. Can I just build here? Okay, so I gotta like be closer. That's what I thought. But it seemed like it was gonna let me maybe. So 6, 8, and 11
Warp drive active.
are where I'm gonna do my thing here. I forgot to leave this up. We're going to go into roar 11. We're going to place a temperate command center. But we'll let the people in the command center be on land. Submit that bad boy. Okay, that should be everything I need to do out here in the open. So let's get back to our dock here.
Warp drive active.
When we get back to our dock, we'll start considering what we need to do to actually set up these planetary industries.
Docking request accepted.
So, at the very least, we don't need to be doing this stuff in this ship, right? We only needed this ship to carry the command centers. So even if we have to go outside to do this stuff, we should be good. So let's go view this industry right here. Cool, cool. Let's hit the scan. Let's go to aqueous liquid here. And let's take a look at what we thought was the best spot. We're looking for aqueous liquid and this microorganism right here. Nice. So those are great. We're actually going to lower that scan down because we want to know exactly where that is. And we're going to build sort of near this aqueous liquid, I think. So first thing we need to build is an extractor. Okay. I see. So you're seeing the range at which the extractor can do its extraction here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this kind of right outside of this little area here. We're going to punch down the extractor. Actually cancel that. Because we want this extractor to be as close to the other extractor as possible. So the other zone that we're going to be looking for kind of goes up in this direction. This should be good. That's a huge power load and a huge CPU load. So I'm not all the way maxed out on my planetary industry. So I can't get the most, right? My command center. Oh, that's right. Hang on. Dang it. I know what I did. Crap. I've got to go back to this. I need to actually level this up. There we go. So I can't go all the way with it, but I can. Thankfully, I can upgrade this from here. That's nice. It's going to cost me 2 million ISK. We're going to go ahead and submit that. And now when we decide to hit our scan for our aqueous liquids here, and we go put this down, it should be much, much cheaper. Perfect. Yeah, see, so we've got tons more CPU, tons more power load now. So we're going to submit that. And then when we click on this, we should get an option to install extraction program, aqueous liquids, all the way around here. So we're going to hit 8 extractors. It takes a ton of power, so we're probably only going to get to do one of our extractors right now. So we're going to take our aqueous liquids here, and we're going to turn as much aqueous liquids into P1s as we possibly can. And then we're just going to sell those P1s. And then we're going to move this. So what we're going to be trying to do here is we just want to move all of these onto this as much as possible. So we've got our scan resolution up here. And we just want to get things, you don't want to overlap, because if you overlap, they kind of fight each other for the resources. And then we can go ahead and we can lower this scan so we get a little more. Oh, that's too much. We just want to be able to see a little more of this white stuff around here. Oh, that's overlapping a lot there. And so we just want to get all of these into this as tightly as we possibly can. And get them gathering up resources at just the highest rate we possibly can. Yeah, have a good night, Gravy. Thanks for stopping by, as always. Love to see that smiling face of yours. Let's just put this one here. This will be fun. Okay, now if we look over here, each one of these is actually pretty close on its raw output. We're at 118 to 119 on basically all of these. I don't think I'm going to go out of my way to take a look at this. So the way this works is the longer the program that you run. Oh, these are really overlapped. Hang on. I thought I had these not overlapped, but I was wrong. Okay, well, we're still sitting in about the same places, 117, 118. But the point is the longer you run the program for, the sharper this falls off as far as like how much it's earning per time. So we're going to do this at 1 day for right now. You can see my CPU load, sorry, is not that massive. We're going to hit start extraction. And now we're cruising here. Right, we're extracting some stuff. So the next thing we need to build, we need to build a storage facility. We're going to build that storage facility right here next to this. Nope. Going to build that storage facility right up close here. Perfect. Then we're going to hit submit. And then we need to connect. Need to link that storage facility to something. Now these two should be linked, right? Now they're linked. Fantastic. Submit. And then I believe we need to make a route. Whoops. Wait, why are my extractors suddenly gone? Okay, we'll deal with that in just a minute. Routes. Create route. Well, what the hell? I think maybe because I didn't have a storage to go with it, that it kind of botched the whole thing. Also, I don't like the fact that these circle areas don't seem to be the size of the extraction. Or maybe they are. Maybe those bigger circles that I went back and changed. Actually, I think that is true. The bigger circles that I went back and changed were not the proper size. Because if I look back at it, there was significantly less extraction going on, I think. But we're going to be all 118 to 119 an hour here, or a minute, or a second, or whatever it is. Pull this one in down here. Then we'll put the other one probably right there. Yeah, we'll put the other one right up here. Okay, there we go. Perfect. That seems good to me. We'll bring this up to 24 hours. Aqueous liquids, program duration, start extraction. Routes. Let's see, we hit submit, right? Why isn't it letting me create a route? Okay, so I have a link. So what I need is a route. I routed. Create route. Create route. Okay. Submit. So now this should be dropping everything in this. This gets 12,000 M3s. I am getting 13,000 units every 15 minutes, it looks like. I don't believe this is going to be a problem. So the next thing I'm going to want to do here, this is not a mission or a quest, this is planetary industry. So my goal here is just to extract resources on the planet, put them into this resource hub here. We're going to make a launch pad. The launch pad is going to go right there. We're going to submit that. We're going to create a link right here with this. Submit that. And then we want basic facilities. Yeah, I decided. So the thing to me, it seems like, is that we need to have lots of different industry stuff going on. So if I want to make my early ISK through some sort of industry, then that's going to have to be done by um, by diversifying my industry. Right now, my industry is extremely basic. Um, and I'm not, all I'm doing is gathering. So from now on, we're going to start upgrading uh, blueprints, right? Blueprint originals. We're going to upgrade the time it takes for them to be made and all of the resources it takes so that we can reduce the time and reduce the resources on the originals. And then we're going to start making copies of those and selling them, because you can make from one location, you can access the industry of lots of different stations. So we're going to be sort of webbing out from heck a little bit with some stations, because we should be able to go into all of the stations of 5 different, or of systems within 5 jumps of heck. And so we're going to buy a bunch of blueprint originals, and we're going to move those all around so that they're in the stations. And then we're going to set up so that we can do at least 3 um, 3 jobs per station. So all the stations within 5 jumps of heck doing 3 jobs at a time is going to be a massive amount of like blueprints being upgraded and stuff like that. And then ultimately a massive amount of blueprint originals being made. And then we're going to take and sell those originals. And even if we don't make a ton of profit off of each one, over time, that's just free currency basically. As long as we can sell the copies, uh, we're kind of good to go. So we're going to do that. Or maybe we'll sell the upgraded originals. I don't know. We'll have to see. So now what we're waiting on is we're waiting for this to finish. So at 15 minutes it finishes and it'll dump resources in here. And then I'll be able to make new routes for the resources. So we're going to be taking the resources out of here. We're going to be moving them into these. And then each of these is going to be putting resources back in. And then those resources are going to go from here to the launch pad. And then I'm actually going to move them from the launch pad into the customs manually, because that's what you have to do. So we're going to be making P1s right now, because I don't have enough to make another extractor to go get, because we've got microorganisms over here. So we're going to be making testing dishes or whatever. So we're going to gather up these microorganisms later, but that's going to require us to have higher tier planetary industry or higher tier command centers so that we can do some more stuff. Because right now we're pretty much all the way filled up. We can't really do anything else because our power is pretty much used up. It's possible we won't even be able to use all 6 of these. We might have to break it down to 4. We'll see. Oh, this is where we're going to be going. We got microorganisms right up here, and it's not great. It's significantly less than what we had from the other. So we may not need a full draw from our aqueous liquids, because we might just not be able to match the resource pull. But yeah, I don't really know. I have never done this before, so I've only watched like a video one time to figure out how to set this up. So, oh, oh, that's right. And then we can just go to the other ones. So while we're waiting for that other one to do its thing, let's go back to the scan here. And we're scanning aqueous liquids here as well. We're going to start with aqueous liquids on each of these because they just have better resources for aqueous liquids than anything else. Or does this one maybe just have better microorganisms? It does just have better microorganisms. Okay. So we're going to start with microorganisms on this one. And it looks like we're going to want to start below the microorganisms here. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to put an extractor. We're going to shrink this way down so that we can find the center. And then we're going to build ourselves an extractor. We want that maybe right about here. And we want a storage facility. Right about there. Negative. It cannot be attacked. You can be attacked while you're interacting with it. So in order to grab these resources, there's a customs office that you have to go to that sits outside of the planet. So I'm going to set up a launch pad. Oh, right. Forgot. I have to go back to, hang on, submit all that. And then leave. And then view planetary industry. Oh no, where's my... I don't know where my command center is. There it is. Yeah, so we're going to create a launch pad. And that launch pad is going to allow us to move the resources to the customs office that's in orbit. We will have to pay a little bit of a tax to bring our stuff, to get our stuffs out of the customs office. So we're going to put our launch pad here. So the way this works is we get an extractor, which is this guy right here. And then we extract resources. And we put those resources into the storage. And then that storage moves all the resources out to these facilities that I'm making, these basic industry facilities. And then these basic industry facilities will turn those resources into what's called a P1. So you mine P0s, you change P0s into P1s, you change multiple P1s into P2s, And then you change multiple P2s into P3s and multiple P3s into P4s. But as soon as you put all this stuff down, it's totally safe. Nobody can attack it or hurt it or do anything wonky with it. But then we install an extraction plan here. We're going to get microorganisms, and we're going to do each one of these can do 8, right? Oh, sorry, 10. Each one of these can do 10 of these little extractors. And the more of the extractors you put on, the more power load it takes. And that's why I need to upgrade my command center a couple more times, but I can't do that right now. And then you're just trying to find like the best place that you possibly can within this this white area to go ahead and grab up your resources. And you'll see that these ones that I've already placed are hitting much higher, right? 150 instead of like 90. And so as you move them into the center here, you start to gather way more resources because this is a resource hotspot for this particular resource. So we're going to try and keep it as much to the center of the hotspot as we possibly can. And then we'll go out here. Now I could move this around a little bit to see which one of these sides had the most resources, and it would be a small optimization. I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'm going to go ahead and put this right here. And now we move this up, so you'll see there's kind of a curve based on how long you're running this thing. In the first 15 minutes, it draws more than it does in the last 15 minutes of the hour. So the longer you run this program for, the longer you leave it without needing to be interacted with by you. The sort of sharper the decline in the resources it's gathering. So we're going to do ours for a day. We're going to hit start extraction. We're going to submit to save. And then we're going to come right down here. We're going to take a look at our products. We're getting microorganisms. It's currently not routed. So we're going to create our route. And then we have to select where we want to route to. So we're going to route right here to this. We're going to create route. So now our microorganisms are going to dump into our organic or our oceanic storage facility. And once they start dumping into our oceanic storage facility, then we'll be able to come over here and actually see the resources in here. And then we'll click on the resources in here and we'll start moving them around to these other facilities so that they can start crafting the P1s. And then we'll move the P1s back into here. And then we'll move from the storage, we'll move the P1s back into the launch pad. And the reason we want to do it that way is we don't want to overflow anything, right? This storage facility is acting as kind of a buffer. So everything goes into the storage facility before it moves into anywhere else, so that if there's, for some reason, an overflow or something, then actually we might have to move them directly from here into the launch pad. That might end up having to be what happens. I'm not entirely sure. We're still learning. But this one's kind of set up now. We can hit submit on that. So now we just have to wait, right? We've got another 14 minutes before this is going to finish its cycle and put resources into this storage so that I can actually manipulate those resources into these refineries. One or more facilities requires attention. Okay, so yeah, this is just telling me that some of my facilities aren't really working. And then this is telling me that I'm extracting aqueous liquids and microorganisms. So what I could do technically is I could just go gather these resources and then go craft them into P1s on a different planet, or P2s on a different planet. But we're trying to set these up so that they can be more useful later. So we're looking at aqueous liquids. I believe there were two. There was a spot where there were like 2 aqueous liquids on this one. I think I need to take this down a little. Here we go. This is probably going to be the best spot for aqueous liquids. And then I had a microorganism right next to it, I thought. Oh, no. Okay, so that's the only good microorganism. We've got aqueous liquids right down here, so we'll start right here. Not my idea. This is all stuff that people who have been playing for a long time already thought of. I'm just kind of following some guides at this point because planetary industry is fairly complicated, especially as you start trying to get like the P3s and the P4s can get really, really complex. And you sort of have to go out into um, deeper space to get a lot of the P3s and P4s because you need things like these complex organisms or these autotrophs in much, much higher quantities if you want to make some of those higher tier resources. And the lower security you go, the higher the quantity of resources you're going to find. You know what I forgot to do is I forgot to upgrade this bad boy. Then we hit the scan. Then we hit the microorganisms. Then we're coming right over here. We're going to shrink this down just a little bit. Whoop. So we can see where that mineral's at. Then we're going to build ourselves an extractor. We can build that extractor fairly far away, it seems like. So we're going to build that extractor right here. And then we're going to build storage facility. Can I please see the storage facility, Mr. Vankman? Build our launch pad. Get our 3 basic industries going here. Our 6, whoops. And you want to build all these as close together. So the reason I'm following this little pattern here is that the further away something is, the more CPU it takes to link it. So the more difficult it is to get the most out of your planet. Yeah, just trying to diversify a little bit, Sozu, trying to get a little extra oomph out of our time. Create new link, create link, create link, but you can see, so the further distance I get away, you can see the more power and CPU it says it's going to take. So when I'm linking here real close, it's taking less power and CPU to create those links, which is, the links are how you transport resources through your system or through your chain here. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for, Sozu. I'm hoping for some nice, easy, basically free currency here. Now we're going to go in here. We're going to install some programs. We're looking to get microorganisms. Fantastic. Those went real close there. We're just going to move these in here. This one is going to be probably our least productive. But eventually, all of these will be making P2s, which should hopefully help us make a couple 100 million ISK a month. And then if I can go ahead and get please grab the freaking thing. All right, we're going to expand this just a little on the scan here. Looked like down in that bottom left was probably the best spot. Then maybe up in this top right. Yeah, so only 111 to 113 here, which is not great for our planetary industry. But that's fine. Then we're going to go to 1 day. We're going to start extraction. We're going to submit that bad boy. We're going to hit right here. We're going to go to our products, which are microorganisms. We're going to create a route. We're going to send those microorganisms right there. And then we're going to submit that. And then as soon as the microorganisms show up here, we'll be able to move these out to all these facilities, make some P1s, put them on the launch pad, and then come pick them up every day. So we want to go back to our first one here. We want to go view the planetary industry. It should have been 15 minutes by now. I don't believe they're overlapping, Sozu. So they look like they're overlapping in this view. But when I moved them previously, because this view shows a larger radius than the other view. And so when I moved them previously, when I was on this one, I didn't notice a change in their outputs. In fact, their outputs dropped. So I think they're just going to look like they overlap here, but I don't think they were overlapping. As I placed them. Because I got them really close to each other. But honestly, I don't freaking know. I don't know if it's this scene that's supposed to not overlap or if it's the previous one. Because the previous one has smaller circles for each of these. Right, the circles are like this instead of whatever this is. No, I'll show you what I did to find the planets here in just a second. Twist, let me get this planet set up, and then we'll get back into space, and I'll kind of show you what's up. This one should have resources in it now. Fantastic. We're going to create a route here to there. Oh, something is wrong. Okay, so I think I need to put what I'm going to be doing here. Which is I want to make water. And then okay, so I want to put that on each of these. Okay, I fucked this up. I actually don't want... We're going to cancel. We don't want to submit. I love PI, honestly. I make so much money off it. Yeah, I mean, it seems to me like... So the way the guides that I was looking at it were looking is that just doing basic P2 PI in high sec space, you should be able to make like 300 to 500 million ISK per month in high sec space per character, which means I should be able to make about half of my Omega per account just by creating 3 characters on each account and just having them do PI. Now, to set that up is going to take a pretty significant amount of time to wait for the stuff to get done, but that's fine. So we're going to install that, right? And then we're going to come here. No, we're going to click here. So the route for my water needs to go to my launch pad, right? We create that route. And then we open this one and we go to our aqueous liquids and we create a route to there, create route. And now this should be picking up scaling for it is not fast. It takes 2 months. It takes at least a month to get just the command center and the number of planets to the max. That's forever. That's 3 months per account. But it's definitely something to start working on fairly quick. 7.6 M3 per hour being made here. And then I think we have to submit it for it to actually start, yeah? Okay, cool. So I think we're doing good. And then we're going to go in here and we're going to tell it that it's creating water. We're going to install the water program. We're going to create a route right here. And then we're going to come down here. We're going to go to our resources. We're going to say, okay, we've got aqueous liquid. We're going to create a route. And it's going to go right up here. We're going to create that route. And then we're going to go over here. We're going to tell it that it's going to install a water program. Occamsphere, what's up? Thanks for the raid. I really appreciate it. How are y'all today? Install the water program. Create the route to the launch pad. Get the resources. Create the route to the resource thing or the refinery, and we're good. Doing good. Just got off OW again. OW. Yo, what's up, Guardian? How are you today? I don't know what OW is. Overwatch. Okay. Got it. It's been so long since I played Overwatch. I played Overwatch a little bit when it first came out. And I haven't played it since. I definitely haven't played any Overwatch 2. Oh, now I'm out of resources. Okay. Well, womp womp. Absolutely not, Thorn Dark Rose. Absolutely not. I don't play games that are that competitive. Because I suck and it makes me break stuff. I actually have a keyboard that is broken that I keep around. And anytime I suck really bad at a game, I break my broken keyboard some more. So I don't break anything that actually matters. Okay, I think this is set up. I think I'm going to be getting my resources. We're inputting aqueous liquids. We're outputting water. We're receiving water here. which I think is good. So I'm going to show. Sorry it took me so long to get back to this twist, but let's go look in here. So when you're first scouting a world, or sorry, scouting a system for planets that you might want to use, you're actually going to go to the agency. And the agency is going to allow you to look at all of the systems in your area and see how many planets and what types of planets and stuff like that they have. Now you do have to have your remote sensing skill at least in level 1 in order to go down and actually look at the planets and do a scan. But if you're in the system that you're currently looking at, then you should be able to, with just level 1, you should be able to look at all the planets within the system you're in. So what you do is you'll come to the agency, right? You go to resource harvesting planets, planetary industry. And then this will be all the planets in the system that I'm in. So I'm in Roar right now. We've got 13 planets. We have lava planets. We have barren planets. We have oceanic planets. We have gas planets. We have temperate planets. We have storm planets. There's all kinds of planets. And they all have different resources that you can extract from them. And so when you go to view your planetary industry, you'll see these are the resources that are available on this planet, right? You have base metals. You have felsic magma, you've got heavy metals, you've got non-CS crystals, and you've got suspended plasma. And if you click those within your scan, you'll see the concentrations of those resources. So there's a couple of things that you can do with this scanner. Number one, you can extend the scan, right? So this is going to broaden the spectrum of resource densities that you see. And it's going to increase the range at which the colors will start to change. So you want to get a fairly tight band, because if you have a nice tight band, you'll see the colors change more drastically, more quickly. And that'll give you an idea of where the concentrations are and give you a better slope for your concentrations. And then you move this around so you can find out what tier those concentrations are. So if you were getting like white spots way up here, that would mean that you would have just massive concentrations of the resource. Where in high-sec space, that's extremely unlikely. So then we'll hit that. And then you'll see these little pips here represent approximately how much resource is available on the planet. Now, this does not talk about spread, though. So you could have like 3 pips, but it could maybe like all be condensed right here, and then you would just have one big white hot spot right here. But that's obviously not what happened here. There's heavy metals all over this planet. So you're actually not getting any really good deep concentrations of heavy metals. You're just getting lots of heavy metal everywhere. And then if you look at base metals, you'll see it has a lower amount, but you actually have a better concentration here. So it would actually be easier to get base metals from this than it would be to get heavy metals, despite the fact that the heavy metals are more abundant. And then you've got this one, which you barely have any. And then you've got suspended plasma. Actually, wow. Wow. Pretty decent suspended plasma here. I might be coming back to this to see if there's something that I can get with base metals and suspended plasma. Those locations aren't very close, but maybe I can find one. Yeah, here we go. Oh, yeah, this is perfect, actually. Suspended plasma right around where those base metals are. Ooh, this is a pretty good spot, actually. I can't believe I missed this. So when we get to where we can make 4, this is actually going to be the planet I use. And we'll see if there's anything that I can do with suspended metals and base plasma. Now, there is a resource called Eve Web Tools, and they have a planetary industry resource that shows you what you can make all the way up the chain and what resources you need, what base resources you need to make all of those things. So I would definitely go there, because one of the things that I learned while I was watching videos on this is that it's about making sure that you're extracting what's available, not trying to fit what's available into what you want to extract. And if what you want maybe isn't available, maybe go to a different system and try working it out there. Because every system has planets, every planet is a little different. So you're just kind of trying to figure out, what is my most abundant resource? What can those most abundant resources make together? And try and future proof yourself, right? So if you find a planet like this one has base metals and suspended plasma. So P1s are really easy because every P0, which is the raw resources, so that's suspended plasma, every P0 has a P1 that it turns into. So suspended plasma always turns into plasmoids. Um, the base metals that was saying it gives always turns into reactive metals. But together, they might turn into something else. So let's see, plasmoids can turn into rocket fuels, superconductors, or transmitters. So if reactive metals can turn into those, it can't. So this is actually going to end up not being a great planet for me because the two abundant resources there, their P1s don't combine to make anything. So I can't continue my resource chain here from P1 to P2 because these two are sort of incompatible resources. So you're kind of looking to find like two P1s on a planet that'll turn into a P2, at least in the early days, because that'll help multiply some of your income. So it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to do that, so I probably actually won't go ahead and use this planet. But that's where you start out to identify what planets you might want to go to. And then once you've gotten your command centers down on all your planets, then you'll start using this screen here, which just comes from industry, planetary industry. And that brings you to your existing planetary industry, right? These are the planets where I have command centers and what I'm doing here. Okay, it looks like we're doing pretty solid here. We're at 7 to 30 minutes. I think these are good. I don't think anything's wrong with them because they seem to be running. And then these two are just kind of fucked up right now. I don't have any resources to give them. Oh, I do now. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a route here. Here. Create that route. Okay, now that one should be going strong. And then we're going to create some more water here. Pop off for now. Yeah, have a good day, Thorn. Thanks for stopping by. Install this here, create route. Then we're going to go back from the storage. We're going to grab our aqueous liquids, create route, bam. So now all of these will be pumping water into our launch pad. And then later we'll come back, like tomorrow we'll come back, we'll pick up our water from our launch pad and we'll put it, there's an orbiting station, what's the word? The customs office orbits the planet. So we move everything from our launch pad into the customs office, and then we have to physically come to the customs office to pick up our resources. So remotely, we can do the launch pad thing, but we have to physically go to the customs office to pick up our resources. Yeah, so the game has gotten much more complicated over time. Um, it wasn't always this complicated, right? Planetary stuff didn't always exist. Wormhole space didn't always exist. And now the game is just generally in a much better, much more complete place. All right, so we're going to create all these routes, do all of these. We're going to go ahead and submit for now so I don't lose all this. Oh, now apparently we're out of resources. Oh, I know what I should have done. I should have done all the routes and then hit complete so that it didn't transfer all the resources. I get it now. Whoopsie. Right, because I am mining microorganisms here. Okay. And then we're going to come down to this one. We're going to view this one. This one is also mining microorganisms, right? Yes, it is. So we're going to come over here and we're going to create bacterias. We're going to install that. We're going to take it to the launch pad. We're going to create the route. We're going to install bacteria. We're going to click the launch pad. We're going to create the route. We're going to install bacteria. We're going to click the launch pad. We're going to create the route. We're going to install bacteria. We're going to click the launch pad. We're going to create the route. We're going to install bacteria. We're going to click the launch pad. We're going to create the route. We're going to install bacteria. We're going to click the launch pad. We're going to create the route. And now we're going to go in here and we want to take these microorganisms. We want to create a route to each of these so that we can drop the microorganisms off inside of these structures so they can make the bacteria. We're going to create these routes. And we're just going to keep doing it without, oh, no. We are going to have to wait again. So we're going to hit submit. We'll have to come back in just a few minutes when this has picked up some more resources and do this again. And then as these things finish, they'll dump all the resources in this landing pad and we can come back once a day. I think about once a day is probably going to be how often we have to at least come back to move the stuff from our launch pad to there. Let's see. We are putting out 7.6 M3s an hour. This can hold 10,000 M3s. So, wait, is that seriously it? So 7.6 times 6 is 45 M3s an hour times 24 is only 1,000. So I can actually leave this for 10 days before I come back, which means I'm probably not actually making very much. But that's okay. Because let's see, per M3, let's go take a look at what my bacteria makes. So it looks like per M3, we can make 429 ISK is the current like JITA rate for bacteria. So if we can make 429 ISK times 7.6 times 6 times 24 times 30 says we should be making 14 million per planet per month, which is garbage. Just absolute garbage. But that will actually pay pretty much the entire cost in a month of setting up the planet. And then after that, it really is just 14 million ISK for free every month. And as we upgrade this and as we get it looking better and doing better, we should be able to make more. I want to be getting just under 100 million in a month per planet. So I've got 3 planets right now. So we multiply that by 3. So we'll actually be making 42 million per month. Worst part is when the location moves and you have to move it all on the planet. How often does that happen, Sozu? Depends on the amount of people harvesting that planet, but once every few weeks. Oh, okay. A couple of weeks is fine. Now that I'm getting the hang of how to do this, I'm not terribly concerned about having to fix it up or anything. Honestly, I'm kind of happy because if it wasn't going to make me redo it, I was never going to redo it. And it was never going to be optimum, right? Because this is my first try. This is my first time doing this. It's not probably very good. So I am happy. I already set up that. So now I just need to set up the microorganism route. And submit. Cool. Now that planet's all done. Animal. This is planetary industry in EVE Online. So we're setting up these planets to harvest and manufacture special crafting materials that people need throughout the universe here. Sometimes I get lazy with a shit spot for a bit on some planets just to not redo it. I mean, that's totally valid too. And I'll probably do the same. I doubt that I'll be 100% on top of this, checking to make sure that everything is always working right. But any free currency is free currency, right? Got just a couple more minutes here. So yeah, we're setting up some industry on 3 planets here in this sector that we're in, or this system that we're in, so that we can just kind of passively get some resources and some currency. With our current setup, we should be getting about 40-something million a month. And as we go ahead and upgrade some of our skills related to planetary industry, yeah, it's all part of this planetary management line. So the first 2 things you need to do is you got to get your command center and your interplanetary consolidation up, because this increases how much you can do per planet, and this increases how much you can do, or how many planets you can do. So you can get all the way up to where you can be working on 6 planets. I'm about to get, in 2 hours and 45 minutes, I'm about to get my 4th planet unlocked here. So I'm going to be doing this stuff on 4 different planets. And yeah. So here's an interesting thought, Sozu. What if, so for example, on the planet that I'm on right now, or on the planet that I'm thinking about going to, I think I'm making about 200 mil if I stay on top of it per month from each of my alts. And well, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, that's what you've got 3 characters per account. That's a good 600 mil. So that's 20% of what you need to make in order to maintain your Omega per account. Just sort of automatic. I mean, it takes a little investment of time and energy, but Certainly worth. So a second ago, I was considering using this planet and realized that the suspended plant plasma and the base metals don't make anything. But you mentioned that these things change every now and then, and so you have to move things around. So, what do you think might be the value of creating a lot of storage facilities? And then, so if my best resource options are non-compatible resources during a given time, I could create storage facilities, store a lot of resources, and then if something else comes up that's good, or if something else comes up that I can use, then I can go ahead and create a bunch of factories on the next one and then just craft into P2s with this other thing that I need. That way I could keep everything stored here on planet, right? Because if we look, these storage facilities hold how much? 12,000 M3s? And this extractor is extracting, I mean, a lot. I don't know how many M3s it extracts. It looks like I've got 20 M3s. Ooh, items in the custom office and send it back down. That's not bad either. I guess my question is like, how much do you lose? Because I don't think the storage facilities take a whole lot, right? 700 watts and 500 TF versus a factory takes 800 watts and 200. Hmm. Hey, Blue Gray XV, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. So, what is my current load? Because definitely power is a concern, but I don't think CPU is a terribly large concern. Now, the other thing is you can't move these things, right? You can only decommission them. Once they're placed, they're placed. You can't move them again. Thanks, Blue Gray. Yeah, I was just following some guides. I don't have great PI right now. I only have level 3 command center, and I'm working on level 3 planetary right now. But any amount of PI is going to be basically free currency for me, so I didn't see any reason not to diversify into it. The next thing we're going to be looking at is getting one supply chain management and a little bit of mass production so that I can go ahead and start training some blueprint originals. So I can also be making lots of copies of some pretty basic blueprints. I mean, I'm going to be doing like frigates, destroyers, maybe some cruisers, and just make some copies and try and sell those and also make a little currency off of that. So I'm just trying to set myself up with a little bit of industry diversity right now. And should be good. I wish you could turn off things and use them later when the material moves around the planet. Oh, that'd be pretty dope. That would be pretty dope. I think I'm actually out of my expert system though now. Nope, still have it. Okay. How much longer do I have on this thing? Today's probably the last day. Yeah, 19 hours. So today will be the last day. So we'll do some mining here in a bit. I just want to make sure that I get these all the way set up because I'll forget and I won't ever come back. I'm a clown like that. It looks like we still got 10 minutes here. Seems like a good time to go ahead and use the restroom and refill my water, though. So give me just 1 second. I'll be right back when I finish doing that. Yeah, Blue Gray. I'm only 10 days in. I have played Eve before. It was a long time ago and it wasn't for very long. So I have a pretty basic grasp of the game. And then I've watched some videos just to kind of get an understanding of maybe some things that would be good money makers, good practices, stuff like that. Um, and then, I mean, I have played like 14 hours a day for the past 10 days. So I have quite a bit of time under my belt already. This is also kind of my wheelhouse. Um, I usually do gathering and crafting in pretty much every game that I play, every MMO. So I'm fairly comfortable with managing the logistics of getting crafting systems set up. The thing that I'm usually worse at than everybody else is being a trash can at the PvP stuff, trying to escape and do all that. So I do tend to get killed. Why are there two local chats? Why is my local chat not up? What is going on? But I'm excited about this. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And I'm about to get that fourth planet. Then we'll go back to doing some mining. Just chilling for a few hours. Actually, I probably need to get back and reset. We've been playing for 2 hours already, and I haven't gone back and done any more on my blueprint. It's probably done by now. So it needs another click of the button, get it started going again. I was so blown away though about this skill under production. This supply chain management, is it? Yeah. Proficiency in starting manufacturing jobs remotely. So it took me a few days to realize that I didn't have to physically go to the station to the uh, trigger the industry stuff. So I'm not even necessarily worried about being able to build the ships or anything like that. But I think just on a base level, that if everybody who was playing took the time on their main accounts, right? You don't even necessarily need to do it on all your alt. Doing it on your alts obviously would be a pretty huge benefit. But even just having one of these supply chain managements and having this for mass production and being able to access every single station with industry within 5 jumps is huge. Don't put blueprint originals inside of player owned stations. Even in high sec, do you think it would be a problem? Hmm. Because that was totally what I intended to do. In fact, it's what I'm doing presently. Originals should only be used to upgrade 10 to 20 and then make. Yeah, exactly. Helps you feel more like an industry boss calling shots in the region than a peon running to your job. Absolutely, Blue Gray. That's definitely it. Yeah, I need to work on maybe some of the remote trading skills, but there's so many things to be leveling up. I don't know how people do it. It's ridiculous. I feel like I'm never going to catch up. Okay, do we have some more resources here? Can I? Nope. We're getting close, though. Couple more minutes. I leave all mine in an NPC station, make copies of it, then take it to an industry player station to create stuff. Yeah, so Sozu, what I'm looking to do um is not uh words are hard. Yeah, I have gotten some of those done. I've picked up one of the full sets, so I'm almost to the enforcer set here. I haven't really done anything on the explorer or the soldier of fortune, but we're working our way through. We'll get there. Um but so my biggest concern, Sozu, is I want to be able to make lots of blueprint copies. So I want to have all of my blueprint originals and all those different stations so I can just be making tons of copies because I just want to sell the copies. I'm not in a position right now, I don't think, to actually make the ships and sell the ships. I just want to make the copies. Or level up the originals and then sell the originals and then buy a new original and then level it up again. Right, but even in high sec, it takes 24 hours for that station to be destroyed. Hmm. That is concerning. That is very concerning. I guess I'll have to weigh that risk against, because I'm only buying low tier, right? I only intend to do frigates, destroyers, and carriers for right now because I imagine the time it takes to upgrade those is less. And so I'm looking to put myself um, in a place where I can start making some money, even if it's not the best money. So I guess my concern will have to be, how often are those structures getting destroyed? And how much will I make off of those copies before it gets destroyed and I lose it and have to start over? Because that's just kind of the cost of doing business, right? Well, you can only make 5 copies at a time at a station, right? That's your absolute maximum output, or is it 6? So I want to make 6 copies of a bunch of blueprints to sell, right? Because that's just more currency per time period. So if I'm only making copies in one station, then that's drastically limiting how many copies I can make and sell. But if I'm making copies in 20 stations, then I can ultimately make 20 times the profit. So I'm going to have to take a look at, how often do those stations get destroyed. Invention may require a low sector player station. Invention is about creating a higher tier of the thing, though, right? I was just going to make the base copies and just sell them. Even if they don't make a ton of currency, it'll be some coming in. Create a Tech 2 blueprint copy from a Tech 1 blueprint copy, or a Tech 3 blueprint copy from an ancient relic. This activity consumes one blueprint copy run or the ancient relic per attempt and is not guaranteed to succeed. Yeah, I'll let other people do that. Yeah, there's a little bit of profit to be made at every point in the chain. So I don't necessarily need to be doing all of the points of the chain. Eventually, I would like to, but that's going to require like years of skill points. There was an engineering complex destroyed in 1.0 space today. That sucks. But how long did that engineering complex sit until it was destroyed? And how much less likely is it that it'll get destroyed out here in Minmatar space versus, say, up near um, oh wow. Yo, this one is sucking. This one is sucking really bad. But I guess that's high sec for you. I guess if I want to hide, I'm just gonna let this one run for a while and I'll come back to it and fix it because it's gonna be another half hour before I can run all these. Honestly, there's probably not even any point in trying to run these two and just let it go with the 4 that I've got going on. We'll come back and check on it tomorrow. I just went to LaRue's um, video series about PI. I don't know if LaRue necessarily put out the best information for really, really advanced PI, but their basic PI stuff was really, really quality as far as just getting me set up. Got ganked by a bunch of bots, and for some reason I couldn't target any of them. Well, that's obnoxious. I can set up routes without materials. I didn't know that I could set up the route without materials. How do I set up the route without materials? The meme Tanny, what's up? For the most part, engineering complexes are relatively safe in more established areas. Since those have usually been around for a long time, your stuff in those are also safe unless the station goes abandoned. When I hit create route, it doesn't do anything. Or can I click? Yeah. It's not letting me. This is the only one, I think, from the storage to the factories, is the only one I've interacted with so far where I can't just create the route. Because this, I know what I'm making. So when I click this and when I installed it, I automatically was prompted to make the route to the shuttle here. And then when I started drawing all this stuff out of here, I was able to create the route just based off of the products that I was specifically trying to bring in. So I don't know specifically. Don't know specifically what I need to do here, but You go into the routes part of the window. Routes. Oh. Okay. We've got incoming here. We've got outgoing here. So if I hit incoming microorganisms, create route, click. Oh, yeah, there you go. Okay, perfect. So you have to have the incoming already. Got it. Got it. You're a fucking G, Sozu. You're a fucking G. Yeah, so that was something that wasn't in LaRue's guide. LaRue said you had to wait. And that's why I thought I had to wait. Yeah. That totally makes sense. Perfect. That's going to make it so much faster for me to set these up. That's wonderful. Especially since I'm going to have to do it maybe every couple of weeks because it'll change. That's really, really strong. The next thing I want to really look at is I want to look at keeping storage facilities. So, well, I don't know if I would call him wrong. He just didn't quite have all the information or didn't quite put all the information out there. I mean, it's really, really difficult to get everything out there and to do it all in a proper order so that it makes sense to a person just coming in to look at stuff. So, I mean, it wasn't that he was wrong because you can just wait. There was just a little bit of information missing that could have made this slightly easier for me. But as long as he's getting me mostly going in the right direction, then I'm more than happy, right? I think his stuff is more than good enough for me because I'll just go and learn everything else, right? I really just need a baseline, and then I can start moving forward from there. And I have you all to explain to me how other things work. Maybe that's a perk of being a streamer. So what I was thinking though is, so the reason that these things take new lady guides, I like it. I got my pocket coaches over here. You played Ark, didn't you? Pocket gigging son of a bitch. Um, yeah, so what I was thinking was um, the additional, no idea what that is. Okay, well, then you've never played Ark. Never pocket gigged anybody. Um, so what I was thinking is a huge part of the power draw of these storage facilities will come from their connections, right? And so if this storage facility isn't connected to anything, right? If I eliminate all of its connections, which I assume I can do, right? Links. So if I eliminate all of its links, it'll still stay here powered, right? Because it's powered by my command center. So I could fill this storage facility up with whatever resource on the scan is most abundant right now. So we're getting aqueous liquids, or sorry, we're getting microorganisms right now because these other ones didn't have quite the value we wanted. But especially if I stay sort of in a mid space where I know that other resources are spawning fairly commonly. Yeah, so the thing that I'm looking at though, meme, is, for example, right now on one of the lava planets, I have access to two really good resources that I could be drawing out. But those two resources don't go together to make a P2. But if I created storage facilities for those resources and then didn't link them or didn't keep them linked in the future, then I could sort of have storage facilities available on my planet that could then be used later to interact with each other to create P2s or P3s or anything like that. So I don't know how much I would be hurting myself if I had, say, 3 storage facilities that were somewhere on this map that had those resources in them that I was just sort of leaving here to be used later in some other industry, you know? I'm not. I mean, I guess they take a lot of power, right? Their power load is 700 megawatts versus the basic production facility is 800 with 200 CPU load. I don't think it's necessary you'd be locking up resources putting down those storage facilities. Yeah. Yeah. They require a lot of CPU load. Where do I go to view my available CPU? Here we go. So my thing right now is that I'm pretty maxed out on power. And I think that's kind of going to be how things are. I think I'm going to max out on power a lot more than I max out on CPU, at least with these lower tier. Looks like until high-tech production, you don't have more CPU load than power load until you get here. So the storage facilities, they will hurt my power load, but they're more working on my CPU load. Oh, here's another, is I could have more launch pads. That's just lots of CPU. Also common for people to only do P0 to P1 on their planets, then use a factory planet to make the higher tiers. You could move the mats to a planet that could use them and just bank the rest until you can. I feel like it creates a lot of work to hold it on planet with power and hopping mats. Go back to the area. I recall you can upgrade command centers. Yeah, so I did upgrade this one as far as I can. I don't have the ability to upgrade beyond this until I get my command centers all the way up to level 5 there, Blue-Gray. So I will be getting there, and that will obviously increase my overall power and CPU availability. But the other thing is I'm not necessarily hoping that they go back to the same place, Sozu. Because I could make a really long connection if I needed to, right? The connections aren't that expensive. So I used to make P4 in that manner, 48 planets pulling P1, then P2 factory planets. That also, so that is a little bit of the, I haven't looked into the guide on the P4 stuff. But that is part of that is having factory planets on barons and stuff like that. Annoying to maintain, so I ended up just doing P0 to P2 lazy PI. My one PI alt only ever got L4 skills and only put down command center. Yeah. Yeah, I understand that. I mean, it's free money is the way I look at it. It's just free money with a little bit of interaction, a little bit of work. But we'll see. Lazy PI is a. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing, Sozu, that I might only do up to 2s. Let's call it good. But we'll see. I might decide to get real hectic with it in a year or so. Just get all crazy. But that's all of that I need to do. So we're going to be leaving this vehicle here. We're actually going to board a Corvette. Again, maybe not the best option because this is a player station. So I could lose that epithal. But it's about a 9 million ISK investment to get that epithal set up. So I'm not really worried. This is about an hour of gathering. Definitely get good income if you want to actively manage factory planets. It's just too much. Well, I mean, I got a lot of time. Yeah, I got a lot of time. So if it can give me a lot of income, then it's probably worth it to me. Let's get back to hack.
Warp drive active.
more currency I can make off of a quote unquote passive system, less I have to do actively to maintain my omega, and the happier I'll be. All right, where are we? We need to go back to.
Warp drive active.
I've seen literally people just buy an import PO to high sec factory and run only factory planets. Yeah, that's not a terrible idea. That's not a terrible idea. There is a calculator out there somewhere that helps understand that. Because there is definitely a, how much value is it to make the resources and sell them versus how much value is it to buy the resources to make the upgraded versions. And you could go even all the way as high as just buying the P3s to make the P4s, right? But the thing is that I feel like there's just kind of a little bit of profit to be made at every chain. And so any chain that you cut out of your own production is a little bit of profit you're losing. So I guess you just have to weigh that profit versus the use of the number of planets, right? No moving stuff around, just buying and placing factories. Yeah. If there's any play in Eve optimized for a single account. Yeah, so I think the reason that everything goes multi-box blue-gray is because you can't, if you're a newer player, it takes too long to optimize everything on a single account because you can only have um, so many skills training at any given time. So if I want to do planetary industry and I want to do regular industry and I want to do, some PvP or something like that, then having a PvP character on a different account and a planetary industry character on a different account and an industry character on a different account is better because I can train all three of those different activities simultaneously without having to buy a multi-character training. Um, Without having to buy a multiple training character thing. So even even if you don't want to do things together with your character, you sort of want to have lots of different. Even if you were just playing as an alpha, right? Um, if I was just an alpha character, then I could get one of my accounts primarily focusing on cruisers. I could get one of my accounts primarily focusing on um, destroyers, and I could get one of my accounts primarily focusing on frigates, and then I could just hop between those three accounts and use different ships, right? Because I would be focusing, I could get one account focusing on missiles, I could get one account focusing on um, projectile turrets, I could get one focusing on hybrid turrets. And so the more accounts you have, just the more diversity you can have more quickly because they can just sit there and be training on things. But yeah, I mean, I don't, if the game's going to let you have multiple accounts and progression in the game is as slow as it is, And as specific as it is, I just don't see any reason not to have at least 3 or 4 accounts. Even if you don't get on them very often, just have them training things. So we're back in here. We're going to hit our industry here real quick. Let's see. We got this thing going on here. Doing anything? No, this can't be doing anything right now, can it? Let's see. Facilities. This one. Blueprints. This is the one we want. Oh, it's still got... I could have sworn I triggered one of these already. Could have sworn I triggered this already. Well. We'll trigger it now. Industry job could not be submitted. No input materials. Yeah, so I have 3 alt accounts already built. I've got Survival Hermit 2, Survival Hermit 3, and Survival Hermit 4. I haven't made alts on this account, this primary account. I haven't made the alternative characters because I don't have a multi-character training. And so they can't even train right now because my main account is training and I don't want to pause because I've still got stuff I need on this account. But at some point, I will absolutely make new characters on here as well. I think once I get my planetary industry going on this one, I'll probably halt growing my ability to fly ships and stuff like that. And I'll go ahead and move into getting planetary industry on my others. Well, why is this not triggering? Oh, okay. I understand now. It's not number of jobs per facility. It's number of jobs, period. That makes more sense. I was misunderstanding. I thought each station got its own number of jobs available. I did not realize that that was a character specific across as many areas as you have. So because I don't have, okay. Yeah, well then there's not nearly as much value in being able to trigger things in a bunch of different places as I thought there would be. I understand now. Okay, that's unfortunate. It's real unfortunate. Let's go ahead and undock this bad boy. Let's go get us some resources.
Warp drive active.
Warp drive active. At some point, Sozu, I think I am going to want to go ahead and get some multiple character training stuff going. just because at this point, starting, 20 years after the game started, I am going to want to be able to gain a bunch of skills on my alt characters, not on my alt accounts, but on my alt characters, and then extract those skills and use them to put skill points into, different ships and stuff like that for my main account or my main character. Um, but that's a little bit in the future. We got a Dominic's here. I think this person's just fighting all the little duders. I could be afraid of him. He could just come and kill me. But, yeah, that's a battleship even. So this dude could probably nuke me. So we're going to see if he decides to nuke me or if he's just going to let me gather here. I used to do that from time to time when I wanted my alt characters to progress. I felt like it took away from my main if I didn't. Yeah, this is high sec. Absolutely. Not terrified. Mm-hmm. But you never know. That person might just make so much currency that they don't give a shit. And they might see it as an affront that I wasn't afraid of them and that I just stayed here together. They might decide that they want to teach me a lesson. You never know. Some people be wildin'. Some people be wildin'. Just blow shit up for the fun. Now we don't do shit for like 40 minutes. Sit here and watch these laser beams. Yo, what's up, JT Hub? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Everything's going good. Just got some planetary industry up. So we're going to be hopefully getting some passive income here. Going to do some mining and get up to where we can flex our Omega for our second month. Be pretty happy. But I'm about to be real boring here. But that's okay. Gives us an opportunity to chit chat, right? So I can only get 6 jobs going at any given time. No matter how far away I can set those jobs up for industry, which means that I do actually have sort of a reason to use some of my other accounts. JT Hub, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. But it means I do have a reason to get on some of my other accounts every day or every few hours or something like that, maybe a couple of times a day. So I was thinking that I wanted faster upgrading Blueprint originals because I wanted to, like, every time I went back to base to drop off my ore, I wanted to go ahead and interact with my blueprints to try and start getting those upgraded so that I could make copies. but that's not looking like it's going to be the best play. Instead, because I can only do so much industry at a time per character, the better option is going to be to go ahead and go to my other alpha accounts, start them working up their industry and their mass production so that they can do a couple of more jobs at a time, and then get them doing some really, really long jobs so that, once a day or once every couple of days, I can go back to those accounts and trigger more upgrades and then either make copies and sell those copies or sell the originals and then buy new originals. So probably not during stream, but after stream, I'll be going and looking into that and readjusting the training path for those accounts. They actually haven't used their 1 million points yet. So there's a possibility that I can just immediately go to a really good industry, immediately jump myself up on that mass production. I don't even know if I need to do industry. I might be able to just do mass production since I'm just working on blueprints, and then start doing some stuff in some higher tiers there. I would happily, I could just make a bunch of new accounts if I was going to do that, right? Use up those 1 million points and then just bounce through those accounts at the end of the day. Once a day, go through them all and change some industry stuff around and do some things. It wouldn't be the most efficient, but I could set up contracts so I could send all of those originals to myself, or send all of the copies to myself so I could sell them all on my primary account through contracts. Seems like a plan. I like that idea. So many things to think about in this game. I feel like I'm drowning in possibilities, which is a good thing to be drowning in. Drowning in possibilities. I'm really excited about this planetary industry. I understand why it's an Omega activity. I wish it wasn't, because I'd really like to start it on my other accounts. But obviously, if it wasn't an Omega activity, then, everybody would just make an infinite number of accounts and go ham. So nobody would ever have to pay for Omega again. It would just be free. You would just have to manage X amount of planetary industry for it. Which is actually kind of how I feel about the regular industry stuff, right? Like, because you can get some mass production, because you can get the regular industry. Negative. This is still my barge. Still my retriever twist. 8 months in and just getting started setting up with PI. Yeah, it takes a while, especially as a starter. Those skills are just a lot. I'm only going up to a couple of tiers here. So I'm going up to Command Center Upgrades 3, Interplanetary Consolidation 3. So I'm not like super, super well off for this right now, JT. But we're at least at a point where I can get some planets doing some things, make 50 to 100 million ISK in a month, save myself a little bit of the grind. your venture couldn't fit 2 mining turrets? Your venture should be able to fit 2 mining turrets. 100%. My venture has 2 mining turrets on it. It might be your skills, actually. Do you have mining frigate up? You might have to get to like mining frigate. Might have to get to like mining frigate 3 or 4. Oh, not with a Gatling gun. Okay. Yeah, if you've got a Gatling gun, then that definitely takes up one of your hard points. Take that Gatling gun off. The Venture's got a drone bay. So if you're worried about rats, bring a couple drones with you. Because the mining drones that you could bring provide you way less, or yeah, the mining drones that you could bring provide you way less value as far as gathering is concerned, but they still have really good value for defense against rats. Especially if you're still mining in high sec, you can totally knock down the high sec rats with a couple of tier 1 warrior drones. 100%. Yeah, they definitely make you kind of go down that path and make it seem like it's a good idea. But it's not necessarily, I think, optimum. Let's see, tier 1 venture. You can unlock mining barge. I could have sworn mining barge was Omega only. Okay, it is. But you can unlock the ability, or you can get the mining barge skill at tier 3 here. Then if you get all the way to tier 5, use the prospect and ender. Which I really should do, but yeah, the combat drones are really easy to get. The mining drones, not necessarily easy to get. You actually might even need an Omega to get the mining drones. Yeah, it looks like mining drones are Omega. So yeah, definitely just bring yourself, because light drones are alpha. So you can just get yourself light drone, 3 or something like that real quick. And then just bring yourself a couple of combat drones and then mount 2 laser turrets instead. And you'll mine, an extra, well, you'll mine twice as fast, so you'll get twice as much currency. But yeah, pretty much all you need is light drone operation, I think. So you show info, requirements. Yeah, drones tier 1, light drones tier 1. And then you can have yourself a couple of warriors. Super quick. 10 minutes of training and you'll be good to go. Then you won't die. And that's really what matters. I wouldn't want the faction unless you find cheap ones. Because you might leave them behind. Yeah, that's why I currently don't have My fighting drones are gone because I left them in space. It's the worst. It's the freaking worst. Freakest worst? I can't talk. A random yellow line in the middle of the screen. Big man. How long's it been there? I should take it all the way down to just 1 pixel and just put like a random color, like some blue. And then just click 1 pixel and see if anybody notices. I think I erased it. Yeah, I probably accidentally drew the line while I was setting up this morning. Because sometimes I don't pay attention. Tearing up my heart when I'm with you. Sometimes I forget which screen I'm looking at because the dock that I have that allows me to draw on it shows what you all see, and so it looks like I'm just looking at the game again. And so sometimes I'll like try and move my vehicle around and I'll like draw a quick line or something like that because I'm trying to move it, and then I'll forget to erase it. Eventually it'll be on another monitor. I just need to replace the monitor that I broke in my move. And then I won't have that problem anymore. Hopefully. But no matter what I do, I feel the pain. Though without you. Don't ask me why I've got old pop songs in my head, but I do. All right. Couple more little grabs here. Why do I have scordite in my inventory? I think I hadn't emptied my inventory from last night. Oopsie. Sometimes I'm a dum-dum. I do like this ship. The Dominic's looks pretty cool. Orin Lightfoot. See some info. Member of Astreus in Eos Mining Company. I assume that's Latin. Probably is just AFK. I mean, I'm pretty sure that he's protecting that venture that was over here a minute ago. But that makes total sense. Makes total sense. Shooting laser beams at rocks in space. Oh, there is so much going on right now. Would it be funny though, Sozu? Would it be funny? I mean, why would you want to blow up this poor guy's mobile tractor unit? Oh, I think he's gone now. Nope, there he is. You hate space trash, but he's here using it. How is it trash? I don't even understand. They always leave it, huh? I think that's a bias because you only see the ones that get left. You don't ever see the ones that don't get left. So, I mean, yeah, obviously everyone you see was one that got left behind. But what percentage actually got taken with? You wouldn't know. It's just like my poor drones that get left behind. 9 times out of 10, I remember to take them with me. Well, 7 times out of 10, I remember to take them with me. But the other 3 times, they get left behind. And if somebody only was knowing based on seeing my drones, they'd be like, this guy never takes his drone. Did make a PvP ship out of a slasher the game gave me. I'll probably lose it quick, but fun to learn to fit it. Yeah, absolutely, Twist. Absolutely. Go fight some peeps. Join the faction warfare. Go get yourself killed. I had a really good time with it yesterday or the day before, whenever we went and got killed a bunch of times. Scoop those drones. Oh, can you just jack somebody else's drones like that? Wow. That's mean. Hey, do me a favor, Sozu. Stay the fuck out of my system. Blowing people's shit up, stealing people's drones. What a butt face.
Warp drive active.
I mean, I try and come back and get them when I realize that I forgot them. Like a lost puppy with guns. That reminds me of the Boston Dynamics robot dog. Now I'm terrified. First I was afraid. I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. Boop. And then we go back.
Warp drive active.
Me to church. I don't want to be in here. Wrapped behind this rock. Actually, I might want to be right next to all this scordite though. Let's do a quick little scanneroonie here. Let's look at condensed scordites near me. Let's look at their size. We don't have a really good sized condensed scordite. Do we have any good sized regular scordites? They're all fairly small. That's kind of annoying. Whatever. We'll lock them. Since I'm going to be paying a little more attention. Let's see, that's 12, 17. That's not even quite a full load there. Bummer. Boop that right there. I was definitely about to check something or do something or think about something. Oh, now I remember. Y'all haven't had your music. Because I turn it off when I play by myself because it annoys the crap out of me. When I'm trying to watch TV and play at the same time. Yeah, the game music. Yeah, I mean it's mostly just because I don't like being able to hear it while I'm trying to watch TV because then it gets in the way and it starts making me think that the music in the game is like um part of the TV show and it starts to mess with the ambiance and well so I didn't actually do anything to get this barge. This barge is only available to me right now because I bought this mining expert system because I play enough hours that this will actually make me more currency than using a venture, even though I have to pay, 100,000 a week or 100 million a week to buy it. If I look out my window, it's my older brother's fault that I do math, Blue-Gray. My older brother is like a whiz with the math. And so, because I've played a lot of video games with him for so long, I just have gotten into the habit of, what's the value of this? Can I overcome the cost? Is it, usually a Monday night mining stream in Ufine if you want to get in on it. Went so fast I didn't see you fly by. Did you come over here and blow up this dude's thing? Sozu's a menace. Just a menace to society. He'd be under me in 5 seconds. Fucking menace, dude. Passed me already? Bye, Dexter. Can't get close to you because it's a 7K ship. Shoot you to the station dock. I mean, just don't shoot me. I don't understand. Oh, you mean 7K, 7 kilometers per second. I didn't realize you could actually like move people around by bumping into them in this game. It's actually kind of funny. That's actually kind of funny. Straight behind. There it goes. What are we? We're in a stabber. That's a. Oh, it's a cruiser. Okay. Yeah, I want this. This is exactly the one I was wanting to use later on, because it looks like a freaking railgun or a rocket launcher. Yeah. So look at the Dominics. Look at button. Are you about to make this poor person fly away? Don't make the poor Dominics fly away. It's a blight of streams that viewers harass streamers because they can't find their own activities. Yeah, Sozu's nice about it, though. Oh. Flying away now. Oh, because you bumped it. I don't tend to mind people coming and like being around, especially because ships and stuff are so cool in this game. And I definitely, I have mining drones. I just haven't put them out. I don't ever put them out. They're not that useful. But especially because the ships in this game are so cool. Having people show up and like show off their ships and stuff like that is pretty fun. I imagine it's like mounts and stuff like that in some other MMOs. You know, just having people come and be like, see this one that I got 6 years ago? It was like a limited time and I had to grind for 100 hours. Isn't it dope? I kind of like that. Gives us something to talk about, because I don't necessarily have the ability to always come up with things to talk about either. Poor guy's way over here now. He's gonna be so confused when he comes back. Can't fly those. I'll get. Some of the skins out now are really interesting. Yeah, absolutely. These skill books I get in my inventory for completing quests. What to do with them? Seems the skills get auto-injected upon completion of quest, but still get the book. No, so the book should be your injector. If you don't have the ability to right-click it and inject the skill, then it means you've either already gotten it somehow, or you've already done like a remote injection or something like that. In which case, those books are pretty much useless because everybody gets them as part of the quests for free. So you can just trash them or sell them for one, usually. So I just sell them for an ISK. But yeah, if you don't have the ability to inject it, it means you already have it. I leave those in Jita as trophies. That's a good idea. That's a real good idea. Only one that comes to mind for the barge is the Equinox era. Very common ones like jury rigging aren't. Yeah, you probably won't end up with any that are super valuable at this point. Twist. So I would just get rid of them, especially if they're alpha. I made a mistake. I spent 250 million ISK. I bought pretty much all of the alpha books and just remote injected them. It cost me about 250 million, which was not the best use of my credit. But I did it anyway. Don't be like Hermit. And then I've been getting a bunch of them. So I like auto injected a bunch of shit, and then I've been getting a bunch of them. Could have saved myself millions of ISK. Would it be worth it keeping them so if I create an alt, could use them? I mean, you'll get them on their alt too, right? Because you'll go through the quest lines and stuff anyway, probably. So. Yeah, I should level up my gas and go do some gas huffing to learn it. Just try it out. But can you fly a Prime as an alpha? What in the holy shit is that? Premia. Nope. Prime. Oh, it's like a orca or like a porpoise. Um, Skills. Yeah, it looks like you can. It looks like there are like no requirements at all. Does PI like terribly, but it's neat to own, I guess. I mean, yeah, that's dope. 4 low slots as a fitting. Okay. Because the Noctis, oh, the Noctis has tons of stuff. What are you going to do with 8 high slots with this thing? Intarnation? Yeah, I'm super confused by the fitting for the Noctis. Because it doesn't have any hard points, right? You can't use salvage. Oh, okay. Suppose that makes sense.
The asteroid is depleted.
The asteroid is depleted. Boop, boop. You warp it in behind your main fighting, whatever PvE thing you're doing, and salvage the wrecks. That sounds wildly complicated for not very much value. That's how that sounds. Just toward poor Dominic's is chilling over here still. Decent value out of the salvage, yeah. Haven't seen anything really all that useful out of them. Let's hit my scan again real quick. Boop. Lock it in. Especially the large sites with battle cruisers and stuff. That's fair, I guess. Most of my salvaging has been against like frigates and stuff, so I haven't really gotten anything, but I suppose if I was salvaging some bigger ships, that would be different. Okay. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Yo, what up, Spoony? Crash those books. They had no worth. Yeah, they didn't. Sorry, I think I was muted when I said what's up, Spoony. I think I might have muted myself. Not 100% sure. I'm having a really hard time keeping track of my mute button lately. I might be a little dumb. Just a little bit. Yo, look at how far that mobile tractor beam is dragging that wreck in from. That's cray-cray. Oh, okay, good. I wasn't an idiot. That makes me happy. I'm doing fantastic. We got some planetary industry going. We got some gathering going. We learned that I'm not as clever as I think I am when it comes to industry. But that's okay. It really isn't. The planetary industry stuff was a little complicated to set up, and I'm only going to P1s right now. I can't imagine how difficult it's going to be when I finally start hitting up the P0 or the P2s and P3s. You should check out the salvage prices in the market. It's under manufacture, research materials, salvage materials. Kind of nutty what some goes for. Okay. But you're doing PI already, so you're already jumped ahead of me on that. Yeah, I decided that since I wanted to primarily do industry and gathering and stuff like that, that I should probably start diversifying a little bit instead of materials. Instead of just doing nothing but gathering. There's no point in not making use of whatever I can. Mind you, you're getting low ISK on top of the bounty and loot from the wrecks you've salvaged. Yeah, that's true. Oh wow, hey, there's 800,000 for one thing. I mean, I would happily take almost 1 million. Call it 500,000. On a kill. Oh shit. That's funny, everybody's trying to buy it for 100K. Everybody's trying to sell it for 8 mil. Oh shit. Okay, I see you, game. I see you. Everybody again trying to buy it for 2,000. Oh no, they are selling it for 2,000 too. Okay. Trying to buy it for basically nothing. Honestly, that's probably a good hustle on this stuff though. Wonder how many things this person has bought. Yeah, some of this stuff's really good. Okay. I see you, game. I see how it works. Let it pile up. Do runs to sell it all. Yeah, I think that's a great plan. I think that's a great plan. I think that's the plan for basically everything. I mean, the most efficient you can be is making the fewest trips you possibly can. So the more you let something pile up, you want to be filling things up. Yeah, honestly, um, that's a really good plan. How much do these things cost? These mobile tractor units. What do they require? Because I'll bring some more warrior drones out here and grab a mobile tractor unit and... Pack Rat mobile tractor unit, Magpie mobile tractor unit. Oh my god, 195 mil. Oh, they don't salvage. Okay. I see. So they can leave them for longer, maybe? It's a joy to blow up magpies. Y'all are fucking assholes. Just absolute dicks. Oh my goodness. I can't even believe it. Oh, what, you have stuff? Not today.
The asteroid is depleted.
Good. I'd feel bad if my stream got this poor person's mobile tractor unit blown up. I already got him punched out in outer space. It's definitely AFK rat killing. Otherwise, it would have flown itself back over to its mobile tractor unit. But that's fine, because it's totally protecting me from the rats. So I don't even have to have my little duders here. It's great. It's weird to me how often you all check the kill boards of everybody I interact with. Like, I never go check kill boards of people. Even the people who kill me, I don't usually check their kill boards. Yeah, I mean, the game's competitive. You gotta be a little sweaty. Gotta be a little sweaty. It's just not a habit I'm into yet. Eventually I'll start checking people out. Especially if I'm going to be like out in a PvP zone. You know, just going into local when I'm doing faction warfare and checking out some of the other enemies. I should probably start just going and scouting. You know, if I'm going to go do some faction warfare stuff, just go scout out the people in a little nothing ship, check their kill boards and stuff, see what kind of people I'm going to be up against. And then jump back in with my combat ship. Go fight some peeps. You know, see how many solos there are, see how many people are normally in groups. A bunch of stuff like that. So I'll know if I at least have a chance, you know? Because what I did yesterday or the day before, whenever I went out there with those little ships trying to fight, I got the shit kicked out of me. It was awful. Arbitrator. Ooh. Ooh. What is that? What's up, Sailgar? Got some cool shit. Imagine competitive mining between fitted Max and stilettos. Forcing gameplay on others not of like mind diminishes variety. So I totally agree with you on that, Blue Gray. Now, we actually had this conversation a couple of days ago. I personally think that the risk reward model that a lot of PvP MMOs use is an absolute travesty of a decision and doesn't really add any sort of value to the game. It just causes some people to basically become prey and other people to become predators, and ultimately creates a situation where your population is just going to steadily decline because the more casual and less skilled players take on 90% of the risk, and the hardcore, you know, play all the time good players absorb, you know, 90% of the reward. And so it just doesn't work. But yeah, it's absolutely, I mean, it's all about factions. If you have, so not only is faction warfare important because it's an opt-in PvP system, but faction warfare is important because you want the factions to be gaining bonuses together, to be gaining rewards together. So instead of rewarding the individual player for their PvP, you should instead reward everybody who's associated with that faction for the victories of each person in PvP, because it starts to create community that way. If I'm getting my rewards only for myself based only what I accomplish in PvP, then A, I don't get very good rewards because, you know, maybe I'm not very good. But B, it doesn't give me any reason to want to play with other people. It doesn't give me any reason to want to cooperate with my faction. But if instead you do rewards for the entire faction, then you start to motivate people to play together because they have to overcome the entirety of the other side, not just that one person that they're interacting with at that one moment, that solo 1v1 kill. And so, I mean, faction warfare systems are 100% the way to go. Especially systems like this where there's lots of factions. You know, only having 2 factions is terrible because then everybody just joins one faction and everybody just gets all the rewards. But if you have 4 or 5 factions, then, new players maybe don't know that a certain faction is quote unquote the best faction, or, they've got different enough backstories that people are going to choose the faction that they identify the most with, or, you give some sort of benefit. Like in Eve, for example, you could give faster skilling if you joined the weaker faction, so new players would naturally join into that faction. And it would take a while before they were up to snuff and helping, but, you could do something like that. Just give people a way. Sorry, yawn. Just give people a way to interact and play together. But the thing that I think is, the two things that I think are the worst about PvP MMOs are that the highest tier of social group in most PvP MMOs are guilds. And so the highest tier of social group is run by a single player. And so that player has control over whether or not other players have access to certain types of content. And it creates a naturally sort of discriminatory situation. Where, the leader of the guild has to do everything they can to get the best players possible, because they owe it to every other player in their guild to make sure that they're only bringing in the best players. And so casual and lower tier players just tend to get left out. And then risk versus reward does the same thing, right? If I'm the more casual or worse player, then I'm going to lose a lot more than I win, so I'm absorbing a lot more of the risk. Not really an MMO guy. I came from D&D and before that solo RPGs. I've been playing MMOs for a long time. I love MMOs. I like being able to see other people doing stuff, right? I like to people watch. Eve is kind of deep end for me. Less group than individual reward. Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's all about promoting the type of activities you want. And it confounds me that game devs keep creating... Well, that's not true. I know why they keep creating these systems. Because they're trying to create a system that is as brutally competitive as possible. Because if you create a system that's this brutally competitive, and then you sell a way to keep playing at a higher tier, then you make more money. And that's exactly what's going on. The whole thing is a scam to get you to buy Plex or whatever premium currency. In Albion Online, it's gold. In this game, it's Plex. In other MMOs, it's other currencies. But the goal is to just create this really brutal environment where it's very, very difficult to progress, and then to give you an avenue to progression that you can pay for. Absolutely. Eve is a scam if you fall for the scam, though. So you can absolutely play Eve without buying Plex. You can absolutely play Eve, even as an alpha account. So you just have to identify the scam and then don't buy into it, Because the game itself is fairly fun. I enjoy playing Eve. I enjoy the gathering loop, even though it's intentionally very grindy. Again, to get you to spend money. I enjoy, the combat and stuff in this game is pretty interesting. It's very, very different from basically every other MMO I've ever played. So there's lots of value there. The built-in multi-boxing is fun for players like me who maybe have a lot of time and play a lot. It'll give us, some additional goals to try and achieve. Other than some of the kind of shisty monetization practices, it's a good game. And as long as you know what those monetization practices are and don't buy into them, you can protect yourself and have a lot of fun.
active.
But it does mean that if you're not going to play 5 or 6 hours a day at least, you probably just shouldn't play Eve. I don't really think it's a game that a casual player, unless you intend to only be an alpha account and you just want to, go out and do really, really basic PvP or, really basic gathering or something like that, then it doesn't really matter how many hours you play. But if you want to omega your account and skill up your account and like play for real, then if you're not going to be playing for at least 5 hours, I would say you probably shouldn't play the game. I don't think you're going to get the value out of it. Yeah, this game's pretty complicated. But I mean, I think that complexity is a good thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with complex games. In fact, I think it keeps the exploration going. Buddy's got me in and bailed immediately. Far more experienced gamers than I. I think something that happens to a lot of folks with this game is not recognizing how slow the progress is going to be. So if you've been playing a lot of modern MMOs and stuff like that, you can progress to end game in a couple of weeks to a month, and that's just the way they're designed now. But this game was not designed that way. This game was intended to take, years to get all the way tiered up in. And so it becomes very daunting as a new player very quickly when you start to see how far you have to go before you can even have a single end game ship. It is really a job. 100%. But that's also, I think, something that's going to make it really good for streaming. It's weird to me that this community around this game says that you win Eve when you quit playing Eve. I don't really understand that sentiment. I mean, I guess I kind of feel that way about like Ark Survival Evolved and Ascended. But, oh, right. It's not showing me the new numbers because I have to hit the scan again. I'm just an idiot. Are any of them more than 15? Negative. Okay. We'll be able to get all of these Scordite resources. That's true. The game is a pretty perpetual cycle game. But I'll be back in just a second. We've been going for about 4 hours here. I need to get some food in me. So I'm just going to let y'all listen to some sweet, sweet music. We're going to turn off that real quick. In case you didn't know, Alt F9 turns off your HUD. We'll get y'all a nice, pretty picture to look at there. All right, we back. Goodness gracious. Little potato, little cheese, little ketchup, little fried corn tortilla. So tasty. Best part about mining in Eve, I can go have a whole ass meal before this thing tells me that I need to change to another asteroid. Beautiful. Only 39 minutes till I can put up my fourth jobber here. Different kind of stuff I can make. It's all very interesting. The opportunities today looking like manufacture an item, earn 50 LP, scan 5 signatures, destroy 25 non-capsulars. Well, I'm probably not going to do this. First mining you're doing without a quest telling you? Nice. Make money, money, make money. Well, we have a wolf really close to us. What's going on there? There's a bunch of stuff kind of neat. Well, we had a wolf next to us. I guess it's not here anymore. Hmm. That's for sure. Yeah, you start doing all this mining, and then you start doing the different refinings, and then you start realizing that there's all these different resources inside each of the different things that you gather. And so even though you think that, you're just mining scordite or whatever, actually scordite gives you, like two or three different refined resources in different quantities and all that other stuff. So then you go start trying to do industry and start trying to craft stuff, start realizing, oh, this particular thing needs, X refined resource, and I can get that in the greatest quantity from Y mining node. So let's go do that. Yeah, I gotta get the kernite for the ice. It's yeah. That's not actually true though. I think in low and nullsec early on gathering, your best option is actually the venture. Expedition frigates are better. You're right. There's drugs? What do you mean there's drugs? I didn't know there was a way to boost my shielding. Oh no, not more. Not more. But McGruff the crime dog said say no to drugs.
The asteroid is depleted.
Ruh-roh, Reggie. Well, it'll be a while before we get there. I mean, we are just 10 days old now. I think we're going to be sticking in the high sec for a while. Every time I go to low sec, I lose all my ships. Don't make any money. Can't be having that. Too much. I give up. I quit. Y'all can't make me stay. I don't want to. Have any of you played any of the beta that just came out for that new like pixel isometric MMO game Drakentos. I played a little bit. It seemed okay. Um, the let's see. So here you see this says Galente Station. That's an NPC station. But then if you look down here, this is like one of the types of stations. And they've got names that are given to them by the players. So this is like, heck, I choose you, market and industry. Cheapest market, be smart. So it's named the type of station that it is. Or its type is a name instead of like Galente, whatever. And then it'll have some weird name. So the ones that are player or that are NPC are named after like their locations. So this one's at Heck 4, Moon 17, blah blah blah. Or Heck 8, not Heck 4, whatever. So if they're named Station McStation Face, it's a person. I don't think I actually did, but my brain won't stop letting me think that I accidentally left stovetop on, so I gotta go check. Okay, I did not leave the stovetop on. When I was in my early 20s, I was making tacos. And I accidentally left a little grease in the pan and left the stovetop on and lit that motherfucker on fire. That was fun. That was real fun. Freaked out just a little bit. I tried to pick it up because I was going to carry it outside to smother it. But the handle was super hot. Picked it up and it started burning me, so I put it down on the floor on the linoleum. There was this big circular burn patch in our linoleum where I put this on fire pan down. But nobody got hurt, nobody got burned. We got it put out. It was all okay. But it was mildly entertaining. Hmm. That looks like it is accurate. It's a lot of clicks to go through to check each station, but also it looks like the NPC or the player stations have this simulate structure thing that the other stations don't have. Services, Clone Bay, Fitting, Insurance, LP Store, Market, Militia Office. Militia Office. Pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume, dance. Welcome back, Sozu. That was the shower. I have the front and back shower heads. Oh, nice. Very, very nice. I always have to stand at like a weird sideways angle so that I can get the water on both sides at the same time. Especially in the wintertime. You don't want that to be cold. Don't want to have like my back be cold while I'm trying to get in the shower and then have my front be cold when I turn around, and that just sounds awful. Stand sideways. When I had my bathroom redone, I added heated floors. Ooh. Dang. You fancy. You fancy. Well, that's interesting. That's actually a really good idea, because then it only gets hot when you're going in there to take a shower. That's pretty clever. Full cargo hold of basic ore, refined, made about 300k ISK, not too bad. So you're probably actually losing money, Twist, if you refine it. Because so the base rate at which you refine materials is 50% of the possible yield. And so obviously everybody maths this stuff out. But in your resource processing here, you have reprocessing. Gives you a 3% ore bonus, 3% bonus to ore and ice reprocessing yield. So when you get that up to 15, you'll get 65. And then reprocessing efficiency gives you another 2. So you'll get up to 75%. So you'll actually get 1.5 times just by maxing these out in what you get when you do the reprocessing. So yeah, I would just sell the ore, and I would also compress it. So you see I keep going to that station and dropping off my ore and compressing the ore. Because the ore is 100 times or 1/100th the weight when you compress it, it's much easier to transport, and so people pay slightly more for the compressed ore because they can transport 100 times the amount if it's compressed. Now, they could just buy it and compress it themselves. There's no charge for that. But it's easier to just buy it compressed, load it all into a cargo hold, and take it to Jeddah or wherever. So compressing is also a big part of that. If you want to find a station that has compression capabilities, you'll go down to Utilities. You'll go down to Structure Browser. You'll look inside this Structure Type dropdown, and you make sure you want to have the citadels, the engineering complex, and the refineries all on here. And then your service filter can just have everything. That's fine. But if you look in here, you'll see like this one says refinery. If it's got a refinery in it, then you can probably use it to reprocess your, or to compress your stuff. So you're just going to go through here and you're going to find something that's got a refinery. And then you can just check it by going over to it and seeing. Don't forget to upgrade skills like simple ore processing if you do decide to go down that route. I had a tough time finding a refinery that compresses. Still do. You know, I've always been able to find them in Minmatar space. I found one in basically every system I've been in. You can also see here on the side, I guess, this says refinery. You can use that, it looks like. So this is an engineering complex. This is also an engineering complex. This is a refinery. And then the type over here is the type of structure it is. So like I know that Tatara is a refinery structure. So if I see these are where I go first. Just to go check. But specifically, I think this is a Minmatar style refinery. You might have to find something different if you're somewhere else. This freaking Neocom menu has all the things. Like this side menu here has a lot of stuff that you use a lot, but there are so many more things. Whoa, there's a notepad in here? Hold the freaking phone, dude. Okay, well, let's make a new note, actually, and let's go planetary industry. And let's go for planets. We've got oceanic, roar 6. It is making water, which is a P1. Got oceanic roar 8. It is making bacteria, which is also a P1. Then we've got temperate, which is roar 11, and it is also making bacteria, which is a P1. You can also make your own in-game channel with links as a message of the day. Ooh. Set up mailing lists for all your alts or friends. Jesus. Fucking hate this game. I need to, like, keep this out, I think. Or maybe move, so you can move these. Maybe I'll put the notepad down here so that I can access it. That's fine, I guess. Also, a shared bookmarks folder for all your alts and friends to use. Yeah, I need to do that. I remember when Eve had an in-game MP3 player. Wait, what? It's honestly kind of dope. I wish, because of all of the functionality that Eve has for Venture with a couple of Hornets coming in. Because of all the functionality and stuff Eve has, that it would be a really great candidate for like Discord integration. If they made something to integrate with the Discord so that you could have all your Discord stuff in your game. Public mining fleet is up. Another streamer runs it, so I will not mention them by name. Blue Gray, you are more than welcome to talk about other streamers in this chat. I am not so terribly concerned of losing my audience that I wouldn't even let somebody speak about another streamer in here. That won't bother me at all. That I used to love when I played Lineage 2, it had MSN Messenger integration. Yeah. So I think that Discord is a little too complicated, and the requirements of most gaming communities now are, yeah, not every reprocessing plant has compressor functions. That is correct. Bonder Jr. runs it? Okay. Where's it at? Let's go. Let's go look. Opportunities. Is it opportunities? We go look for fleets in here. Fleets. Minmatar. Homefront operations. Homefront operation. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. Social fleet. Fleet finder. Any distance. Shell miners. 9 hours. Is it this coalition of independent miners? Ufine? In Ufine. Eve did technically have in-game VoIP, but it was removed as well. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, so like I was saying, though, anyone can drop into system and get an invite. I was just expecting to be able to find it here on the public fleet thing. But whatever. No one really used it because of things like TeamSpeak, Discord. A lot of big corps actually use TeamSpeak still, which is odd. I mean, trying to port all of their functionality over to Discord, I'm sure, is a huge pain in the ass. But the thing that I was saying about Discord is I realized when I was playing Dune recently that the amount of communication you need to be able to have in Dune, not just with your guild, but with your alliance, is really crazy. And so I think one of the things about big MMOs like this that causes people to make mega guilds or join mega alliances and stuff like that is that the chat functionality doesn't work nearly as well unless you're all in the same Discord chat. And when that happens, you just naturally sort of form one alliance.
Active.
But if games would get somebody to, put some work in, make a bot or something like that that could be integrated into different Discord channels that would help sort of marry, different Discord servers that would help marry channels from Discord servers together and then disseminate information from specific channels that were designed specifically for intel sharing. And to help people communicate with members of their faction, even if they haven't met those members of their faction, right? Being able to subscribe to a faction-wide chat, even if you haven't gone and like specifically followed a bunch of from all of the different chats of all of the different guilds, but being able to create a chat and then subscribe to a faction-wide chat. Just having a bot or something like that that could do and help integrate with some of that. And I think that's something that should... Right. So you can do that. And you can actually already do that with a bunch of different channels. So this was something I had set up for Dune, where every different guild that I was going to ally with, I was going to get them to make an info sharing channel. And then I was going to subscribe to those info sharing channels on my Discord server all in one channel so that it would just list out information. And you totally can do that without like a Discord bot. But the thing that I want is something that I don't have to have a personal relationship with every single guild leader to make that happen, right? If they created a bot or a system or helped in some way where instead of having to contact every guild leader to be able to be a part of that community chat, if instead I could just create a channel that was subscribed to the faction, and it would automatically subscribe me to all of those chats and then make my chat available to everybody else who was subscribed to the faction, then we could have this really, really connected, like just instant communication between your faction on your server. And you'd need to have, some sort of a verification tool where you had to link your in-game account or something like that with the Discord bot so that you could not subscribe to enemy factions, right? Because you want to keep information as secret as possible. But I think it'd be a great way to just set something up. And there's tons of other stuff that could be done, right? That's a really basic implementation. And I understand maybe you can't have that as part of the in-game, right? That's a pretty heavy chat system. That might cause some issues, for client server connection and stuff like that. And I could see why maybe you wouldn't want to go that far, especially since Discord already exists. And you have, uploading files, you have uploading videos, you have voice chats, you have all of this stuff. So I understand how that could be difficult to implement on such a large scale into a game. But look at the Asbel and Heck. Is it getting attacked? Oh, it's vulnerable. Well, I hope it doesn't get blown up. I have a blueprint there. Don't get blown up. Let's hit a scan here. And the condensed scordite is mostly gone, so we're not going to worry about that. We'll hit some scordite. No, that's mostly gone too. Let's hit some plagio then. Lock target. Target. Moving. Can you please start mining things? All right. But yeah, I really don't see any reason, especially for MMO games. I want to point out, if you look at the attributes of the Asbel information, it says it will take 31 years, 8 months to fully recharge its shield. What in the holy shit? That's really, really interesting. But yeah, so I just don't understand. Especially a lot of these games try and tout themselves as social sandboxes, but then they have no connectivity at all with the types of social communications that players use. You can't be a social sandbox if you don't have anything that you're doing to help people interact with each other. Right? That's not. I gotta be able to talk to people, whether it be in voice or text or something. Like, there has to be some sort of community something going on. And if you're the one creating the bot, right, then you have the ability to moderate it. You have all kinds of stuff like that. So I would really love to see some Discord bots come out for the games. Or, some official Discord servers or something. Official Discord servers designed specifically for in-game communications instead of being a place where they try and give us information, Like, I'm totally down to be getting a lot of information from a Discord channel about a game that I'm playing. I subscribe to all of the Discord channels, but Right, you got to have a social for it to be a social sandbox. And also, it would help people be a part of the game when they're not in the game.
Skill training completed.
Especially if it was in some way integrated with the in-game chat, right? If there was an in-game faction chat that you could subscribe to and interact with through Discord. And so not only could I be typing in my Discord in that channel, and then it would be popping up in-game in the faction chat, but then I could type in the in-game faction chat and it would pop up on people's Discords. Or if there could be some connectivity between that and my guild chat channel, right? So I could have my guild chat in the game also connected to my guild chat in the Discord. And so if something's happening and I need, for some reason, to be able to tell all of my players in my guild, like, hey, we're being attacked, or hey, we've got this activity that's going to go on, I don't have to leave the game and go into Discord in order to put it in Discord. But also, by putting it in the Discord, all the people who are currently playing and maybe don't have their Discord up, because I know a lot of people who don't play that way, right? They try and do everything through in-game chat because they don't want to have the extra bullshit. Why isn't that working? Oh, you put too many T's. Oh, no, you put an I. You put an I before it. Now you typed something else. It's just exclamation TTS. I don't know where you're getting the I from. You probably also don't have to put the colon. Or I broke it. It's possible I broke it.
Blue Gray 15 says hello world.
Hey, there we go. We got it. I just realized the bot recognized your XV as 15. Recognized, not realize. That's funny. All right, nails painted, time to roam. The mining's going good. No, you closed your alt's window. You are an idiot. Nerd. She warps right back though, right? Oh no, this venture's being attacked. Run away, little dude. Drabarus. Why is my little asteroid belt so popular now? I've been coming to this belt for days with like no people on it. Oh no, now I'm getting attacked. Why are you attacking me, you stupid drones? Whatever. See if I care. Sit there and waste your bullets all you want. Can't hurt me. I do whatever I want. And you can't do shit about it. Thanks for saving us, Fincher. Uxia Queen. Saved us from the evil. Member of Skeleton Party. Well, that sounds scary. For 7 years and 10 months, they've been in the same... Oh, wow. Yeah, they've only ever joined the one... Dang, first day, joined a guild. This is probably their guild then. Seven-year-old account. Chilling in a venture, mining in Hasek. I love it. I wonder if maybe they're just coming back. Something I've noticed is the player base seems to be full of a lot of people who are coming back to the game. I don't know if that's just a constant thing. Like there's just a cycle of people always kind of coming and going. Because the game is pretty time-sucking. You have to be putting a lot of time into this game, I think, to get a lot out of it. And so there's probably a lot of burnout of people leaving, coming back, leaving, coming back. So I wonder if that's it, or if right now is just kind of a special case where there's just a lot of people coming in. Because I was told when I first started streaming, within about 4 or 5 days of me starting streaming, there were another like 4 or 5 streamers who just started. Meet people most daily that are new returns to the game. Okay. Got it. That's cool though. I like that. I like that a lot. Pretty anchored into alpha/new player stuff. Have to imagine this happens in established corporations as well. Oh, I'm sure it probably does. Dune is losing its player base. That actually might be a pretty big part of it there, Twist. Actually might be a pretty big part of it. I am really sad with the way Dune went. That game should have been so good. And they botched the shit out of it. What's up, Sozu? That game is really in a rough state based on what the video and stuff I've seen of it. It is very unfinished so far. It's going to be years before that game comes out. What happened with Dune? It was a pile of garbage. Their entire endgame loop was just broken. Yeah, I was originally not going to play it, and I was actually kind of dumpstering on it while I was streaming other games because it was just going to be another one of those GVG Zergfest garbage endgame PvP craps. But then they started talking about their Landsrad system, and they were going to have faction warfare, and they had this really cool idea for the endgame loop, and I thought it was going to be really cool, so I got on board and I was going to play it, and then we started playing and we got to the end game, and they had messed up the end game faction system and stuff so bad that basically it didn't matter if the factions existed or not. If you took the factions in the Landsrad out of that game, it would play exactly the same as it plays right now, which is everybody just joins the same faction, everybody gets the Landsrad decree every week, and then instead of working with your faction, everybody just works within their guilds and kills anybody else, because there's no motivator, there's no in-game motivator to make you want to work with your faction. And so the end game is just guild versus guild garbage with no higher level system of community that you can join. And I hate guild versus guild games. They're stupid. And yes, I understand that I am playing a guild versus guild game right now. But at least there's faction warfare in this game. At least being in a faction kinda matters. Senzu, you bored as fuck. Look at all these missile hardpoints though. What kind of... This is a cruiser? Assault cruiser. Light missiles, and heavy assault missile launchers. Oh, you pasted the fit in local? Nice. Stretch this out. Get 200 hours of entertainment from it, which justifies the price, but endgame is a dead end and replayability. Personally, I don't see it. See, I don't think that 200 hours for $50 is the kind of value I'm looking for. Especially not in the video game world, because I can get so much playtime out of even free games. Right? I played Once Human, and I got 1,300 hours worth of game time out of that. It didn't cost me anything. So why would I want to pay $50 for 200 hours of enjoyment? Especially 200 hours of enjoyment that I very much could have gotten from a free game. I was willing to spend money on that game because of what I thought was going to be a unique endgame experience that I couldn't have just gotten somewhere else. And so that's what I was looking to spend money on, because 200 hours, while I enjoyed the game I played like 400 hours. But while I enjoyed the game, three dots in 6 different places. Thank you, game. It didn't give me anything that I couldn't have gotten somewhere else, right? And so I'm fairly annoyed that the game was not what it claimed it was going to be. And that's the other thing is, I bought the game with an expectation based on what I was told by the dev team. And that expectation then was subverted because they didn't produce what they claimed they were trying to produce. Scourge Rage, Heavy Assault Missile. Boom, Boom, 297 DPS. Booyah. I can't use any of those missile launchers. And my power grid sucks. It's a cool pit. I am so far away from cruisers, it's not even funny. Gonna be a goddamn decade. Before I start using cruisers. Wow. Well, that really puts into stark relief how much you can get out of out of your skills. That's crazy. Twist, you are welcome here anytime you want to be. I don't mind at all. Come show off your ship, especially when you get your 1 billion ISK freaking venture. Bring that bad boy out here, show it to me. As long as you're not stream sniping me to kill me, then I don't mind. If you're just coming over here to say what's up, you know, there's something about walking up to a person in a game when you're trying to have a conversation with them, and just, even if you're using a different medium to have a conversation with them, you know, just because of our interactions in real life always being, you know, really face to face and stuff like that, there's something about having an avatar of yourself or a proxy of yourself near a proxy of that other person, just for that visual awareness of your interaction. When I play MMOs, I turn my character towards people I'm talking to all the time. Yeah, I mean, it's 100% like something that you do. Tornadoes parked on the Thera station shooting corvettes. Why are people buttheads? Why are people buttheads? Leave the poor corvettes alone. I mean, again, that's another one of those things that's solved blue-gray by faction systems, though. If you have a faction system and you have separate faction strongholds where the lower tier players of those factions usually work out of, then you have a natural defense, because you have to go through lots of quote-unquote enemy territory to get to where you can grief low-tier players. And in this game, and in a lot of PvP MMO games, there isn't any of that. And because of that, and because the faction systems don't really exist or aren't really useful, you end up with people who just want to go kill newbies because they can. So why not, right? You used to see it all the time in Dark Age of Camelot. A group of players would push in one of the battlegrounds all the way up to the gatekeep of one of the enemy factions. And, you could hold them there for a little while, and you could pick them off as they were trying to come out of the keep. But eventually, everybody who was out roaming around for that faction would end up back at the gatekeep. And then it would be your little party fighting really, really far away from your own spawn point. Right? And every single time one of you died, you had to run all the way back over there to try and keep the fight going. And just that distance that you had to cover creates a natural barrier to griefing. And so even if you're griefing people, eventually you get pushed off of that grief and back into more of the open area so that you can't do that. And I mean, that's all it takes is a faction system and different faction strongholds. And you're good to go. All of that gameplay goes away. It boggles my mind. Like, I honestly don't understand why so many PvP MMO games are so begrudgingly against faction systems, and why they try to give individuals so much control over who can and can't be a part of their little clique. Yo, what's up, Triglaive Lion? How are you? How you been? Been a few days. Starter systems and like 1 or 2 jumps out, they will take action against griefing, especially if you use shooting ways to get players to shoot you, like suspect baiting. I mean, they shouldn't have to take action though, right? It just shouldn't be a thing. They should just create in-game systems that discourage and or prevent that from happening entirely. You got to put your thumb on the scale, even in an open world game, right? In a sandbox game, you still have to put your thumb on the scale. Gamers will take the optimum route to accomplishing whatever their goal is. So you have to identify what gamers are going to identify as goals, and then you have to create acceptable paths to achieving those goals and try to get rid of everything else. So like these people who like to grief people coming out of lobby areas and low tier ships, their goal is to kill people. Right, that's all they care about. They just want to be blowing people up. And that's fine. That's great. That's a totally valid thing to want to do in a PvP space game. Blowing up ships is fun.
The asteroid is
But the game itself needs to have an implementation of systems that motivate those people to specifically seek to try and kill people of an equal or higher power tier. And it can't just be about ISK, because they're not trying to earn ISK, right? They're just trying to blow up ships. And so giving them an ISK reward for killing the bigger ships isn't the solution, right? You have to motivate them by, creating a leaderboard that only counts kills within a certain range, right? So if I'm in a cruiser and I kill a frigate, or if I'm in a battle cruiser and I kill a frigate, that doesn't count. But if I'm in a battle cruiser and I kill a battleship or another battle cruiser or a cruiser, then that counts, or something like that. I don't know. I had a big loss in Eve, was mad for several days. Yeah, I mean, it's maddening. Absolutely. It's something you should expect, right? Eve is a PvP, a hardcore PvP game. You're going to get blown up if you play this game, and if you refuse to get blown up, then you shouldn't play Eve. But there's a difference between understanding the risk you take every time you undock, and that risk being extremely bad for players in lower tier ships. It is psychotic and not supportive of varied gameplay, only as valid as that perspective, which is narrow-minded. If there's an okay to be bad, it must be broader than okay for me. Yeah, I agree with that. But so the problem is that you can't put the onus on the player, right? You can't make the player be the one to decide what is and isn't okay and where the line should be drawn. Because if you leave the player in the position where they have to decide where that quote unquote moral line is, how far down should you punch, then you're always going to have people who are willing to punch all the way down. And if there's anybody doing it, then eventually lots more people will do it, because they'll be of that mindset, well, it happened to me, so now I'm going to do it to somebody else. And so the players can't be up to creating that line. The system has to create that line. If someone isn't bringing a fight, it isn't supporting to bring a fight to them. It has to be on the system. The system has to create the system has to create the line, not the player base. Because the system can create a hard line. The player base can only create a soft line. The game has to be designed in a way that discourages behaviors that make people want to quit playing. Also, if someone is now bringing a fight, it isn't sporting to bring a fight to them. Somebody has to initiate conflict. Right? There's always somebody who starts a fight. Absolutely. But in our modern culture, right, we don't allow the hunters to decide where the line is. We have a system where we hand out tags, right? So we know the population of deer. We know how many need to be culled. We give out X number of tags, and then X number of people go out and shoot themselves a deer. And that's how we maintain that. Because if you just left it up to the hunters, then every hunter would say, okay, well, I need to worry about me. That's what I'm saying. We do that. We have a system, right? The government is the system. The government is the dev team who decide where the line is, and then that line is hard and enforced by the system. The hunters are not the ones who decide where that line is. Because if the hunters were deciding where the line is, then you would have this problem where maybe fewer deer need to be killed than there are hunters who want to kill them. And then how do you decide amongst yourselves who gets to get a deer that year and who doesn't? So we have a lottery drawing for tags, right? You put in for the tag, you get drawn for the tag. If you're one of the ones who got drawn, it's impartial, it's fair. But the system manages that. "100%. It is absolutely crossable. But then there are consequences, again, rendered by the system. And one of the things that's special about video games versus real life is you can make things impossible in a video game, right? I can't make this ship hop up and down because this is a video game. It's not real life. So while it is impossible to make hard lines that are completely impassable in real life, it is not impossible to make hard lines that are completely impassable in a video game. You can 100% just make something not be able to happen.
Warp drive active.
I can't make this ship do a barrel roll. Well, actually, I might be able to. If I went into first person and used the pitch and roll controls. But regardless, there are things that I can't do. I can't get my character to jump out of my spacecraft and float through outer space in this game. There are limits to what can be done in a video game, and that's because it's a programmed experience. So if something is possible, then it was a decision made by the people who developed the game, either to make it possible or to not make it impossible. No, because then I'm still in a capsule. That's not my character just floating through space. I'm just saying. And so because they have the power of decision making, then it is up to them to make those decisions.
Warp drive active.
You'll be frozen in space and I'll scoop your clone? No, you leave my clone alone. Leave my clone alone. Why do you hate me? And their decisions as the government of Eve is determined by the efficacy of the behavior they allow in earning them profits. Oh, 100%. It is absolutely the product motive that has ruined these games. 100%. I am totally behind that thought. I will not be placed into clone storage, Sozu. This is unacceptable. I mean, it's like I said, a lot of the dog-eat-dog style of these games is designed to put pressure on more casual or lower skilled players to spend money. Even the rate at which you skill in this game could be considered something that's attempting to motivate profits because they sell solutions to that, right? You can get multiple character training, you can buy skill extractors, you can buy skill injectors, you can, buy Plex to get currency to buy skill injectors off the market, right? And so because those solutions exist, and because you can pay real money for them, then that means that the ability system is a motivator for profit. Now, you could still have a really slow skill system and then not have those real money transactions, right? Not have skill injectors or not have skill extractors that you can buy for real money and all that stuff. But no, I agree. It's a total scam. which is why I don't participate, right? I'm not going to spend any money on that stuff. I might use in-game currency to buy Plex to do things, but I won't be spending real money to buy Plex to do that stuff. One thing that I will, at some point, I will maybe buy some cosmetics or something like that to support the game, but that's probably as far as I'll go. Most of these dudes that hunt easy kills are running off with the high of killing someone with way too much value in a ship. There was a sigil with 60 billion destroyed today. A cargo expander's in it trying to move 60 billion in a ship with like 5k EHP. I mean, I understand that that's a terrible idea, Sozu, but there isn't enough information in this game. Right, you have to protect stupid players from themselves. That's not a lesson that you should have to learn with 60 billion ISK. I mean, I guess if you have 60 billion worth of stuff, then you should probably already know, but still. I mean, you can say that, but where's the line for the expectation of knowledge? And who decides where that line is, right? So, if I put 1,000 hours into this game, but I do my entire 1,000 hours doing industry and gathering resources and doing PI and stuff like that, and maybe I never do a long haul, and then the first time I haul, maybe I'm hauling a bunch of stuff because I've made so much currency from this 1,000 hours of gathering and stuff. And so in my first long haul, maybe I've got more than the average player, and then I get blown up, right? The expectation of everybody else is like, well, you played 1,000 hours. How did you not know better? But I played 1,000 hours doing something totally different in the game. So where is the expectation of knowledge? What level of knowledge does every person have to have in every aspect of the game at what point? I mean, honestly, yeah, on the individual, Blue-Gray. Well, that's what I'm saying, though. I'm coming back to the exact same thing here, is that the onus shouldn't be on the player, because so many players play the game in so many different ways that how can you expect a player to know any specific bit of knowledge? So there's a saying that goes, it's really easy to tell what an average person will do. It's extremely difficult to tell what a specific person will do. And that's because average, right? Most people are average about most things, but they outlie from average in enough different places that you can never really pinpoint where they're going to diverge from the average. So when you put the onus of expectation of average gameplay on the player, then you start to break things down because of all of the individuals who don't follow that average. And so you need to escape trying to build a game based on what the average player will do, and instead you need to build a game to impose that average. So you don't want to create the opportunity for people to do what the average player will do. You want to enforce the average gameplay loop on all players so that everybody is having ultimately the same kind of experience. And it doesn't have to be super narrow, right? You don't have to impose only the average. but a band that starts at the average and expands out to, you know, a reasonable, acceptable level is what you're looking for. But I am coming to the end of my GeForce Now session here. So I think that's probably going to be the end of the stream for today. That was a solid 6 hours and a lot of good conversation there. I really appreciate when people come in with interesting... yeah, I just got kicked out of the game, Sozu, because my 6 hours is up. So I think I'm going to grab somebody real quick and try and raid out here. Any of y'all ever play Subnautica? How do we feel about Subnautica? I got a friend who's really active in raiding into my channel, so I'm going to go ahead and raid this out to them. We'll watch a little Subnautica here. But yeah, I really appreciate everybody coming and hanging out. I'll be back again tomorrow. I try and stream every single day at about the same time. So bring your questions, bring your deep thoughts, bring your fun little anecdotes. I love to have that stuff in the chat, and I love to try and interact as much as possible. So let's go to Stream Manager here. Let's click this little button. If any of you have thalassophobia, maybe don't stick around, because we're going to raid out to somebody who's playing Subnautica right now. If I can find this nerd. Why can't I find this nerd? Yeah, of course, Twist. Always love answering questions. Not that I know a ton. Okay. This person's name is ND Guardian. Ah, there they are. Sorry about that. Yeah. So, once again, thanks everybody for coming out. I hope everybody has a great day, and I will see you all on the next one.